only visibly white person at my job.
Wow.
I'm somehow the minority.
You've taken the place of the minority.
Deserved, to be honest.
Literally.
The only white girl in this bitch.
Me, the only white girl in this bitch.
Why are you level 41, August?
I don't know. I don't know how I got that. If I'm being totally
I think you
honest.
just
Duck
played
is
Phasmo a
swagged
lot
out
with
his
friends.
mind. What?
Must be.
The duck is swagged out his mind.
Hey,
Why is he
yo.
so drippy?
Who? What?
He's so cool. Hold on, I'll send a photo.
Has
Dad
Father
just
Creative entered the room?
Yeah, he's just standing behind me right now.
Nice.
This duck is cool as hell, though.
Send it in the Phasmophobia chat.
You have pink and blue ones?
Yeah.
They're me themed?
Oh my god.
Pink and blue. Pink or blue.
Yeah, me themed.
Yes.
No, it's us. Yo, eyes are so blue.
Deck it out.
What about my mom?
I'll deck it out and bring it to you. What color you want?
I want them in pink. Thanks. Okay, I think I sent the duck.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
The duck is
He's drippy
Like-
as hell. My dad's
so
grabbed me a pink one.
nice.
Dude's insanely swagged.
Damn.
I don't know who let him be that cool.
Seriously.
On my way to bully them. On my way to bully them to fucking show up.
Real. Yo, let's go! He's pink and cool.
Oh, so we only have one regular flashlight. If anyone can afford to buy a strong flashlight for themselves, I would recommend it, but I can only buy one.
I have no clue.
I have $180, guys.
Oh, damn. I was absolutely decked out last game. I was at like 600 something, and then I spent all of it on the game with Chise and all them.
Real.
Yeah, so I'm broke. It happens.
I put the pink duck on my microphone, so I had to adjust my microphone to be in frame. I'm doing the like first face cam stream in like 3 million bajillion years.
Whoa.
I'm really going crazy with it, huh?
Go crazy, go stupid, I guess.
Please. I'm gonna
We
take a
don't-
selfie with this duck.
Oh, wait.
Cause he's like me if I was cool and a duck.
Guys,
Holy-
we have nothing. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. They're here.
Five strong flashlights. Jesus.
Who the frick is walking?
Literally nobody, and I think that's the most terrifying thing about it.
Guys, why is everything in this game so expensive?
No
It's like
idea.
real life.
We have at least one of almost everything we need, so I think we're okay.
Eek. Eek is my favorite phrase.
Eek.
Yeah.
I love that.
I tried typing like it was Minecraft chat for some reason.
What place do we want to do?
I just did random.
Yeah, let's do that. I did Tanglewood Drive like a million times.
Oh god, I hate Tanglewood Drive.
I don't think we got it even once. We kept doing it. We're like, oh yeah, we're gonna do it until we win.
Win?
That didn't happen.
And then we never won.
Yeah.
And then you guys never won. Sorry, I forgot But watching does not equal playing.
It's okay. You were practically there.
Yeah.
I was contributing to the vibes.
That's why you're here now.
Exactly. I'm so good at this game, guys.
I've been playing with Mari a little bit.
The way your hands go out and like your fingers splay out as if you're touching the
Whoa.
floor, but you're literally not.
You do the same thing.
Ew.
Also, what is your
Why?
left hand doing? Why is it not as splayed out as the other hand? It's like weirdly cupped or something.
I think it's meant to like be on your knee.
Oh
or
yeah,
something.
it's just missing.
The models in this game are so weird. Like the
Fuck
game's
you,
great,
Rocky.
but what the fuck is up with these models?
Literally.
I changed some of the keybinds. My crouch is Z. How do you feel about that?
I
Awful,
dislike that a
'cause
lot.
I'm like my pinky on Z, and it's not a fun experience.
Oh no, I use my ring finger. Get pranked.
Oh, that's not as bad, but like I like having my 3 bitches on WAD.
Yeah, well, crouch was on a weird fucking letter before, okay?
It's C.
Yeah, but no.
How are you gonna go left if you're using that finger to go?
How are you gonna
that
go right if you're using
Hello?
that finger to go C?
Hello.
I use
I'm
my
so
thumb.
sorry I took forever.
It's
You're
okay.
fine.
I have friends over. I completely forgot.
No.
I was playing fast and I
God.
made plans with friends, so now they're in my living
I have to change. Actually, I might change crouch to C.
Oh my lord.
Mine is shift. Yeah?
Why do you have
Who's ready to get carried?
810?
Holy
Who's ready to get
shit.
carried?
Oh my god,
We're-
why can I
Guys, we're
barely...
getting carried.
Hell yeah. Are you rich?
Yeah, kinda.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be
OMG.
beautiful.
Let's see.
I
I have
can barely hear
$5,128. Uh-oh.
Then
Did you turn
fix
us
your
up on
audio.
the thing?
No, not you. Do I just call you Lily, or do you want me to call you Honey Sis? Q&A.
Oh
Lily
god.
works, honey works. Anything works.
That's terrifying. I'm holding the UV flashlight,
'Cause
right?
I'm not
Every
sis,
time
so
I
honey
click,
sis wouldn't work.
every time I click the menu, the UV flashlight is like all fuzzy and weird
That was
on my
pretty good.
screen.
That was a pretty good one.
It looks
Why
like a
can I-
blurred out
I can-
dildo. It's a little
I
terrifying.
literally cannot hear. I cannot hear them. They're at max volume. Help.
Why can't you hear me?
I can hear.
I
Sounds like a
can't.
skill issue.
Shit.
Yes.
Hold on, give me a moment. Let me leave and then come back.
Not my work. Oh.
Oh my gosh, are these from the last time I played? I think they are. That's so funny. Oh my god, they are, because that's the piss. That's the spine.
Because it might send us to the asylum.
Oh. Oh.
That's actually a good point.
I think I'm
Guys,
good on
I want
asylums.
this.
Hey up. Ew.
Also,
I
there's no
don't even know if I've done an
power and
asylum.
Wi-Fi.
I can hear them now.
Woo.
I can hear them now. Let's go.
Just a fair warning, if I disconnect, my Wi-Fi went out.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a massive thunderstorm where I am right now.
Oh shit.
What the hell?
So I did not hear your reply. Do you want me to call you Lily
Lily
or?
works, honey works.
Okay, awesome.
'Cause I'm
Slay.
not cis, therefore honey sis wouldn't work.
Oh right. No, I meant sis as in system. You know, the short form.
Yeah, but like at the same
August,
time,
how
why
do you,
would you?
August, how
What?
do you feel being the only motherfucker in this bitch?
Yeah, ever.
A system.
The only motherfucker in this bitch. End of story.
I feel pretty great being the only motherfucker in this bitch.
Honestly, real of you. Back to having my horror music.
That's why I'm a fatherfucker. What?
Oh,
Apologies for my behavior.
I'm not sorry for anything that comes out of my mouth while we were playing Phasmophobia.
Ready up, lads.
I'm ready.
Go ready up, lads. Lads on, not lads on tour. Lads on ghost. Lads on.
No one would blame me if I killed one of them, right? Ooh, 42 Edgefield Road. Was this the place with 3 floors? It might have been.
But we got
Hi.
everything.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I think Honey just did not.
I don't know. I think they might not have loaded in yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when
Give
I
it a
loaded
minute.
in, there were 4.
Uh-oh.
Russell more.
Whoa.
Russell less. What?
What?
Russ. Good old Russ. Holy shit. So much stuff.
I know.
Everybody grab a head-mounted camera and a flashlight. I'll grab EMF. And... Fuck, I don't know. I'll grab UV.
I want, the ghost
Oh,
box.
flashlight is T.
Okay.
Okay. Why is it T? Whatever.
Yeah, why is it?
Oh my
Stop
god.
doing that.
Oh,
What
I
timing?
have to
My
ask,
power went out. Guess I'm fucked tonight.
Oh god.
do we want to have 404 marriage squad?
If Levi's free, sure.
I think Levi's free. I was talking to Levi a bit ago.
Yeah, Levi wanted to join, I think.
Yeah?
Wanna play Phas?
I'm gonna... Shit.
And I
Okay,
guess...
well, until then,
Okay.
we'll do this round.
Okay.
Just us, I guess.
Okay.
Best we can. Oh my god.
Yeah,
What?
Levi's
Go
on
up,
their
go
way.
up to the wall again. Go up to the wall again.
Oh, me?
Whoever was up against the wall.
I was up at the wall, yes. Oh my god, you go into
Where the keys
wall.
at?
Why?
Yeah, you
Where
you
the
peek
keys
through
at?
the other side on the camera.
Y'all ready to hunt some freaking ghosts?
Hell yeah, brother.
Hold on,
Let's
I
go,
want
brother.
first, do we have
Okay.
a temperature thingy?
Cleanse-
I want the temperature thingy.
Yeah, it's right
over here. The purple.
Purple? Oh, I thought that was...
It's Orpal.
Let's see. Cleanse the area near the ghost using smudge sticks. Find evidence of paranormal with EMF reverb. Prevent the ghost from hunting with this fix.
Ghosts in chat?
Just remember for when it gets time to, this ghost likes us when we're alone.
Yeah.
So, someone's gonna have to man up and stay with the boy.
More.
Good ol' Russ.
Good old Russ.
Oh, Russ, come on, man.
Basement.
There is no gross bath.
Whoa. Why is there a mattress down here? Actually, no, I can't even say anything. We put our mattresses in the basement when we want to get rid of them.
Russell, got any flame to spit?
I found the light thing for if we need to turn the lights back on at any point. Hello.
Q&A, this is the... where's the breaker?
Where's the what?
The breaker.
Oh, it's in that back room. Go through there, go all the way to the back. Yeah.
Cats, I got it. Yeah, my boy, Russ. What was up with that, man? I don't think it's very cool that you can't.
Aw, they do preserve jars. How nice.
Don't play with baby jars.
Baby
Russell,
jars.
Can you tell us how you died?
Is there upstairs? Oh my god, there's upstairs.
Yeah.
Or do you think? Can you give us some sort of sign that you're talking to us through this?
Oh.
Earbuds? It's cool if you can.
Okay, here's the garage.
Yo, I found bone.
You found bone?
Yeah, I found bone.
Nobody pick it up until we get a photo of it.
Mate, don't play with the shower, mate. That's not good.
Oh,
man.
we got ourselves a gamer in this room.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and a
know.
shower ghost.
What the fuck room is this? Like a toddler and a baby together? That toddler's never sleeping, bro.
Yeah, ain't no way. Yo, who's on the first floor?
Nobody.
Oh, well that's weird.
I don't think that cup should be doing that.
What?
Look at this cup. Did you take a photo of the painting?
No, I took a photo of the bone.
Holy fuck, that is a bone.
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
What even bone is
Oh,
that?
funny.
Hip? I don't even know. Whoa.
I think it's your hip.
My man,
Russ,
Russell.
mate.
What the hell?
Russell.
Russell, man. Why'd you do that? What was up with that? Not cool.
Oh.
You know, a lot of us here are afraid of the dark. We're not quite the biggest fans, so I'm gonna just turn it back on.
No dirty water. Water is going though.
Thanks, man.
Of course.
Rusty.
Yes, prime hiding closet. I'll remember that.
Closets in
Oh.
the
Whoa.
Can you not turn the freaking shower on? You're like, that's bad for the environment, man. That's not cool. That's also not cool.
Hey man, could you not?
I disliked every part of that.
Yeah, same.
We only got to EMF level 2, by the way.
Yeah, same.
And that's the most I've gotten so far. So I'm assuming EMF just isn't gonna be a thing.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
cross it off.
Okay.
Yo, man. Come on, dude.
Hey, yo, boy.
turn it on the shower.
That too, but I was more on about the lights. Because he turned off the damn power again.
Also,
Oh, also,
he keeps going in 4 degrees in this room. I think it might be this room.
Can you
I don't
see?
think
Can
it
you
is.
see your breath or no?
Nah, but
no.
he keeps turning on the shower. Hold on. How do I turn this guy on?
He's messing with some door somewhere. I just
How
heard
do I
a lock.
interact?
Mm-hmm.
I think you place it with F, maybe?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's F.
Oh, shit.
Yo, my boy Russ. You wanna have a convo? You wanna chat a little bit? You wanna tell us how you died? What's poppin' recently? You know, like,
Can someone turn on the goddamn
we can
lights?
chill.
Yeah, I'll go
I
get it.
don't know, go downstairs and like get a
I got it.
yep, my boy Russ. You gotta be honest with us, man. Gotta be real with us.
I hate everything about that. That was disgusting. That creak? No. Nuh-uh. Fuck that shit, bro. Ew. Fix the breaker. Hey, yo, you okay? Who was talking through the walkie back at me? Because that was
God,
horrendous.
like, tell me what's poppin'? Like, honestly, like,
Faintly just Finn getting pissed at the ghost.
Sorry, I become southern as a defense mechanism.
I
It's
couldn't.
okay, I've
I
been
couldn't even
becoming
hear the
British.
southern. All I heard was you getting pissed at the ghost.
Jesus shit! Stop turning off the goddamn lights,
Don't swear at them. They'll be upset. They don't like it.
Russell. You do not pay the bills anymore. You cannot control where the lights turn on and off. All right? Can't keep turning off these goddamn breakers,
Did
Mr.
you just call
fucking
him a wanker?
Russell Moore. Nah.
Russell, I apologize for my pal's behavior. I can't believe they're gonna be
I do
this
not.
impolite when we're in your home. Well, it's not your home anymore, but you know, you're kind of dead and all. It'd be kind of cool if you like were chill with us, though.
Any idea where he is yet?
Basement's over here. Yo, Russell, my boy.
So about that EMF level.
We got 5.
Yeah,
Where we at?
up in that. Where is it?
Bathroom.
Yeah,
Yo,
it just hit 2, but it was like a solid
My
5 a
boy
minute
Rusty.
ago.
my boy Rusty. What is up?
Oh, so it's either Spirit or Wraith or the twins.
I'm gonna go with a no for ghostwriting, because he's not doing much.
Okay.
Unless he wants us to leave. Russell, do you want us to leave?
Wait, do we have a Dot's projector?
We should
Yes,
back in the van.
I'm gonna go get it. Like, I kind of want to check out if it's freezing temps or not.
Right?
Nah,
No.
enjoy.
Russell,
So.
leave me here alone, or
Huh?
you want to leave me here alone? Or...
Yeah. Let me take the. Actually, no, I can't. My hands are full.
Open the door.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
Hey man, I just wanted to check in with you. We're not here to hurt you or anything.
H chilling in there alone for a little bit. If you are speaking, you are cutting out at the moment. What's our sanity at? Okay, we're doing good. Whoa. There it is. Find evidence of the paranormal with EMF reader. At least we'll get something. We found some remains. ... Let me grab camera. Okay.
Always is.
Shit.
I didn't touch it.
Is
What up?
this
Hello.
is this the Dot's projector?
Yes.
There.
Fuck, did I leave? Oh, I think I left the
I
thing.
don't
Hold
think
on.
that's a Dot's projector, boss.
Do I have to hold it? Yeah, I have to hold it. They act like you couldn't just, like, throw this over your shoulder. You totally could. It wouldn't be the most stable thing in the world, but you could. The right way. No, it's not. Motherfucker. fucking... I'm gonna commit heinous crimes. There we go. Okay.
Thanks, man.
What the fuck? Very, very faintly. Huh?
You guys good?
What?
You good?
Yeah.
Yo, mate. Just wanna talk to you again.
Oh, what the hell?
Wanna see how you were. Just checking in per usual. Just communicate with us through the spirit box.
Okay.
Be like, hey, just wanna make sure you're good. Wanna make sure, like, you're good and like.
Right. Is
Yeah.
August, is this better?
Yes. So far.
Awesome.
I'll let you know if it starts up again.
Yeah.
What the
Hey,
fuck?
man.
What'd you say? Can you that one more time? That revenge. Like popular Minecraft parody revenge.
So we've got Spirit or Wraith? Let's see, what evidence do we need for those? We need Ghost Writing for Spirit. Wraith, we need the Dots Projector.
Hold on, let me look at the twins. Whatever
Yeah,
they
I don't.
do.
I feel like I think it's Spirit because Wraith, it says, is one of the most dangerous.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Right, so
He didn't like me
so
saying that he wasn't the Wraith.
I think he's the Wraith based on.
That
Did
was.
the dots projector started going off?
Did it?
Hey man, could you stop moving the door?
Okay, we're turning this off. I didn't close the door. Fuck, bro. Oh, he's terrifying. Okay. Hey. Hey. Hello. He really didn't like me saying that he wasn't the Wraith and that he wasn't the most dangerous ghost.
Yeah, no, come on.
I think he got a little offended.
Set out.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Right, I'm no longer comfortable with the energy of the studio today.
It's gotta be the Wraith.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I think it's a raid.
Because not only did he freak out, but then did the dots projector go off? Because that's what Finn said, but I didn't see it.
think so?
Awesome.
I didn't see it either.
Okay.
But even without Ghost Orb or Dots Projector,
Just
fingerprints,
say
ghost
it's
writing,
a
and
wraith.
freezing temperatures, I'll say
It feels
raid.
like a
Okay.
wraith.
Once we get back into the lobby, let's figure out a way to communicate, even though we're dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like throwing an object however many times is
forget
yes,
Levi.
and however many times is no, that type of thing.
Say fuck it, ball, and say it's a wraith, and go up. What?
Okay.
I wish I could mess with the computer. That'd be really funny.
That would be really funny.
Ooh, you're being haunted by us. Ooh.
Woo!
I'm assuming that little beep was Dot's projector.
What?
I'm going home.
What he said.
Uh-huh.
Guys. Let's,
Do you know how to shut the van?
Bestie.
I'm fucking a pussy, and I'm terrified.
Bestie, it's okay, we know. Just go click the thing, please.
I
Don't leave
like
us here in limbo.
I enjoy the presence of Russell more.
That's something too.
I don't think Boss knows how to
Why does
close
it feel
the-
like that
close
camera
the
just
place.
did?
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I'm leaving.
Oh,
Fuck this.
oh.
Y'all better be in the car, or I'm just leaving it up.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Woo! Let's hope we got it.
We
Yeah,
take
let's
dubs.
go.
We take dubs.
I said it was a wraith, and then I fucking left.
We were so worried that you didn't know how to leave because you were just sitting there and you kept saying you were gonna leave and then you didn't.
Yeah, well, I'm nervous, and I was just announcing, okay? And
Yeah.
I have more money, guys.
Hell
I
yeah.
have $80.
That's really good because our
Probably have much
cash
more
cow
dollars.
left.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Levi!
Besties!
Levi!
You came in
Okay.
at a great time. We just got a dub. Even though 2 of us
A
were
dub?
dead.
Oh well,
Mhm.
then you're
I
in for
got
a
a
treat
dub.
because I will not dub, as the kids say.
I will not dub.
Guys, we
Okay,
need
what do
more
we need?
flashlights.
Do it.
Wait, am I echoing? No, I'm good.
Levi, why does your character look so fruity?
Wait, what are you talking about? I'm the
Your
same.
character just looks real fruity.
I'm the same guy as you.
Yeah, but you look fruitier than me.
No, I'm literally
Look at
the same
Levi.
guy as you. What do you mean?
Look, look at
Oh
Levi.
god.
Guys,
I
stop.
don't know
Why
which
is
one of
Levi-
you is Levi, which one is.
This one's
Exactly.
Levi.
Okay.
If you can't tell, then that means we're both gay.
Yeah.
We're both fruity. Get out of here. Creative underscore.
Hey,
Hey,
respect.
You wanna hear? You wanna
You
hear a
watch it.
secret?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a free webcam, and it's so I set it up.
Mhm.
So my face is in this stream, and that's weird.
Whoa! First face
Yeah.
cam stream?
Don't go looking.
Oh, I'm
Don't
gonna go
looking.
look.
Oh, I'm
gonna
going.
Check it out. I'm checking it out right now.
Wait, now I gotta fix my hair, guys.
Whoa!
It's okay. I also have face cam on. Hee.
Me
Yeah, I
too.
know. I saw your face, and it was nice.
Aw.
I don't know. But yeah, it's
OMG, Levi!
Whoa!
Have you never seen me before? No, you've seen me before, but
I have, but I don't see you a lot.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where I want my webcam, so we're just playing around with shit.
I love that I have the insider information and know exactly where you are in your house.
Jesus.
Bestie, bestie, no.
I just
You
like
just, like,
show
start saying
up. You
coordinates.
see me in the background, just like hello.
Just walk in with some McDonald's. You're like, what's up?
Yeah.
I got
Hey,
a
man.
spoot. You hungry?
You
Absolutely.
hungry, bro?
You
I'm just
hungry?
waiting for my dogs to run in the background.
I
Oh
also-
yeah, 100%.
Levi, you know how I went? I'm gonna check the kitchen. The kitchen was in fact being taken up at the moment, so I have not had dinner.
Bestie.
I have apple
Bestie.
chips though, so it's okay.
Oh wait, does August know our secret?
What?
No.
Oh, okay, then I better not say anything.
What?
Levi and I were just hanging out earlier.
Yeah, we're just
I have attempted to add things. They're not showing up, but hopefully they're
They're
there.
not showing up for me either.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I added
I
some
don't think I
strong
have it
flashlights.
bad.
But that's about
Not
it.
gonna lie.
Okay.
What else do we need?
Actually no.
We
you know
don't
what?
need head mounted
what?
cameras. I'll grab a pair
I
of
can
them.
add shit. Watch what I do. Watch what I do.
I watching.
I'm just gonna press auto add. See what happens.
Yeah, that's
Watch
what I
happens. Add. Bam.
I don't understand auto ad. It scares me.
Oh,
I
okay.
actually have
It's
no
probably
idea
not gonna
what
show
I
the
just did.
the strong microphones. That's what I bought. I bought like enough strong microphones or strong flashlights for everybody.
Oh shit. Okay, I still have one.
OMG, look at what level I am.
Didn't
Whoa!
buy.
You can never, you can never
I
level
get
up. You can't level up ever.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
can
can't
get to
buy it.
88 now.
Because I'm poor.
Can I buy? I can. Okay, I'm gonna get us
We're
some
60.
sanity pills as well.
Oh, thank God.
Mhm.
I'm gonna start calling my meds that.
Honestly-
sanity pills, as you
Yeah.
should.
What do we still need? Do we have dots?
Yeah, we have dots. We have
Yeah.
one
Yeah,
of
wait,
everything except we have 2 of the ghostwriting book, 2 parabolic mics, 4 sanity pills. Everything
Need
else
candles.
Yeah, everything else is pretty much like
Candles? I'll
optional
grab
stuff,
candles.
but
I can't afford candles.
I got him, bestie. I got him.
Nice.
TBH. Oh my god!
whoa.
I got
Are
out
you
of
okay?
I got out of the Hold on. I got out of the menu and 8's face was right next to mine and jump scared me. We haven't even started and I'm already screaming. Wait, what was I gonna say? Fuck. I don't remember. Oh, guys, say hi to Miko.
Oh, Miko!
Doggy.
I know those wines.
You here? You wanna say hi?
No. Okay,
I wish
I added
randomly
some
dogs
smudge
could
sticks.
just like speak English.
Yeah, go crazy, go stupid,
speaking-
Meeks.
She's yeah.
Why does it sound like she's dying?
That's her
She's
default.
mouthy.
That's the best
She's-
part.
Yeah, she's dramatic.
Guys,
Huh.
we have no head-mounted cameras.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Oh yeah, for the vlog.
they're like,
Yeah.
let me see, they're $60 each, so I wasn't able to buy any.
Oh,
Oh, I got you, bestie. I got you.
Thank you.
Sugar daddy. Except for I really
Hell
don't have that much
yeah.
money.
I feel
just
kind of
have
bad.
it.
I'm the highest level, but I'm fucking broke.
It's okay. I
because
understand.
you keep losing.
True.
Where are the head mountain? I found them. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I can only afford 2.
That's alright. We'll just be careful with who wears them. So we
Wait,
can
did
get
I
the best
'em?
angles.
Oh, we have 3. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
right?
hot.
Wait. Did it add them? I don't
I don't see 'em.
freaking understand. Load out. 3. Did I add? Add auto add. Okay, I don't understand what's happening. Hold on. Add. Yeah, it says right there. 3. Oh wait. What is happening? I don't understand this game. There we go. Bye. Wait, did the candles add themselves yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
head
four
mounted
candles, one head mounted
Wait, there's
camera,
only one. Hold
two
on.
parabolic, four
Add.
samples, 2 smudge sticks.
Add. Ed. Load out. Add. How the frick Add. Where did it go? Guys, I don't understand this stupid game. Ooh. Maybe no. Maybe it is the finest link.
Don't put lizards in your thing.
Why?
I'm gonna put
Don't
lizards.
put lizards in your rice maker.
What if I want to?
Don't.
What? Wow. Okay, alright, whatever. I'm done. We out.
Maybe
What
I'm
are you
done.
doing? Wait, what's the black? Oh yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Alright, are we ready?
Everybody,
You
Let's
have
get
to
outta
ready
here.
up.
I did.
Hurry up, lads.
Right.
You
Oh,
have to
ready.
ready up, Levi.
Oh shit,
Vert.
yeah, my bad.
okay, let's go. Once we get into the game, I'm gonna pause and actually wait here. I forgot I have this. I'm gonna pause the music.
Prevent a oh god, I hate the crucifix thing. I'm so bad at it.
We don't even have one.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, Trisha
Oh,
Roberts.
well.
More like
Trisha Paytas?
Whoa!
We both did. EMF, escape during a hunt.
I'll take an
I am
EMF.
not good at that. I am not good at that.
I
I'll
got-
be the video recorder, guys.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Gee, yes.
This is so random. August, I have a job opportunity for you. But we'll talk later.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wrong thing. Oh,
Make it-
here.
make it
Fuck. This
connections.
place is terrifying.
Oh god, no!
We don't have a temperature reader, but it's fine because we can just
Shit.
look at our breath.
Yeah, we can just keep an eye on our breaths, huh?
I don't want this shit. Don't mind me.
So I think someone's got the book already anyway, so we're fine.
Oh, I did, and then I threw it on the ground because I said, I don't want this shit. I'll take it.
Okay.
Okay. Here I come.
Okay. Here I come. Here I go. Here I go.
Here I go again. Does one of you already have you have EMF? Why
Yep.
did I bring this?
Oh well, who cares? Who the fuck? Who drinking soda? No, beer. Even worse. Alright.
Let me open the
Yo.
fridge.
Ayo,
Any
bestie.
ghosts?
I love that all the houses have the same type of fridge.
Yeah.
True. They all
Oh,
get
food!
They get
Food!
Vans.
Food!
Foot!
Who's got the camera?
Someone got a camera? I didn't bring a camera. Not gonna lie.
Me neither.
Fuck.
Oh well, shit.
Alright. So, well, if someone grabs it and takes a photo, then we can pick it up.
You got a camera?
No.
I mean, you guys
Go
already
get
have
a
EMF,
camera.
right?
Someone
So I
go
can
get
go
a
get the camera.
Yeah, you go get the camera.
Okay, I'll go get the camera.
Okay.
We have a foot on the floor.
I'm gonna keep looking around for EMF.
I'm out of breath.
How does this,
I'm
how is this a
I'm out of breath.
bony foot
I'm
and
asleep.
it's still
I'm
got
awake.
blood on
I'm
it?
out of breath.
That makes no sense.
Maybe they like stripped it of its skin.
I like doing that. That's kind of fun.
Oh.
What?
I don't know if I like that confession from you. Wait, not gonna lie to you.
Yes, the good old fly trap.
I don't like that, and it's not fun.
Shut the fuck up! I'm not updating Java right now. I don't like how many mannequins there are here. Well, not mannequins, but you know.
We like long walks on the beach. Horoscope.
This is a big ass bathroom.
I'm a nice guy, I swear.
This laundry room is fucking messy.
If you just give me a chance.
I feel like
you'll
the
appreciate it.
proportions for some of these rooms are a bit odd.
Please just give me a chance. You'll really like it. You'll like.
Oh, this is like a perfect little hiding spot. This little corner behind the boxes. I love that.
One of the pictures.
Yeah, I know, I saw it before.
It's fine.
As long as we get one of the foot. Oh,
If you just like
Motherfucker.
give me a chance.
The power's out.
do we even know where the box is yet?
Yeah, it's out front.
Oh, okay. No, the
That's quite nice.
Guys, I think that's the fake box.
why are
The
there
fake
so
box
many
is not
fucking
out.
rags just on the floor?
They trying to clean up after themselves.
Oh, they're not doing a very good job of it. Oh, radio. Never mind, turn that off.
Hey, who put the notebook down on the table?
That's actually a really good question. Who did that?
Is that a prop or is that like a real thing?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Hey, Cameron Ruby, how you doing? Welcome to chat.
Along and like hang out. Like
Hang out.
look, I'm talking with the ghost.
Oh. That's fine. I didn't want to talk with you anyway. Oh, I found the breaker.
Look, I'm trying to go out on a date with the ghost.
Got the breaker box.
Anyways, so I think if you
Where
just
is it?
you just give me.
It's
a bit
in
of a
the
chance,
upstairs storage room,
we
off of one of the bedrooms.
have a bit of a talk, and
Oh,
we
this
could
is hell.
possibly
I
become
hate
friends, if not more, if you
What,
catch my
what
drift.
fucking child is in this?
Wait, what's the walkie-talkie button again?
B.
Oh, okay, I was pressing B.
Hey guys.
Sorry, what was that?
Hey guys.
No, they said something.
Hey, Systolic Zeus, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Hey,
The ghost followed you?
Yeah, the ghost followed me. What was the?
would you
Oh,
mind,
Trisha. Yeah, Trisha followed me.
your name?
I dislike that this is.
Taste very appreciated.
Oh.
Just because,
Oh.
like,
I.
forgot.
It's only a
What
2,
number
but that
is
was a
it?
little terrifying.
My name's Aid.
Just a 2.
Might be this room.
It only hit over here, so it might be the room over.
Fit in here?
Can you?
No, I
The
can't
room
fit.
over
Aw.
is the fucking balcony. The room
Other than
over is
that-
the
What the
balcony.
fuck?
I think we could get
Oh.
along quite well if you
I'll jump off. Oh, the power's back on.
Yeah.
The power
But
has been
I
back
just
on.
want to know where you are. And
I'll get a snack in a second, Systolic. I'm sorry. I'll get a snack once we finish up with this round. I just don't want to be AFK and die. Because we're all kind of okay, but together we're better.
Oh, I can open this. Hold on.
Yeah, I know.
There's
brought a
faces
sweater.
in here.
Why isn't my... This isn't working.
but if you guys want to
I
just
lied.
like chill, hang out. I don't know.
I saw my breath.
Yeah, I am too.
Are you?
So it'd be pretty chill if you could just like give us a sign of like you being here via.
Was
spirit
this one
box.
in a lone or a group
Sorry, what
ghost?
How do you guys feel about me throwing your teddy bear?
Whoa!
Yeah.
You said that again.
Disrespect the teddy bear.
What did I just saw something scary. I don't know. It was probably just me. I'm gonna call someone.
Oh.
Beep 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 boop. Hello?
Hello?
Mr. Obama, so?
What's his last name again?
Haters.
What was Miss Trisha's last name?
Roberts.
Trisha Paytas.
Roberts, Trisha Roberts.
So,
Where
Trisha
was
Paytas.
that?
If you could just like talk to me through spirit box, I know you've done it once or twice now, but I just need one.
Oh god.
Sorry,
scares
that was me.
every time.
I don't know why I do it as if me doing it does
It's gonna-
anything.
Right. Is there anything that we didn't get out of the truck that we should try? Ooh.
Pliers.
Pliers. Watch
Here.
what I do.
I'm having whoa! I'm having some tooth issues. Can you just like reach in there and take one?
Oh yeah, I got you. Hold up.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright.
Ah.
Don't worry. I got my associate's degree in dentistry.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Where is that?
Gotcha. Let me in. I can't get
Kids.
Uh,
Kids.
We can talk in here. We can talk wherever you'd like, honestly.
Not over
I
here.
just want to get to know you.
Okay, so that's
Talk
definite.
maybe.
Yeah, you're the third
It's
person to
this
say it, so it's got to be that cool.
Wait, the third person to say there's too much dairy? Oh my
Hello?
god!
Hello.
Hello?
Everybody move! I gotta
Hello,
check.
hello.
Any fingerprints? Hold on. Somebody turn off the
door
lights,
just
please.
moved. The door just moved. I
Oh,
saw
thank
it
you.
move. I'm scared. No! No! I'm out! No, let me in! Let me in! My guy. I'm so scared.
I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we're
I
okay.
think we're good.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
anyone...
I think you just got pissed for a moment.
I think I know what ghost type.
Ooh.
Yellow.
What type?
I think it might be the twins.
Oh no!
Fuck them hoes.
Fuck them hoes.
Wait, then it's Trisha. It can't be just Trisha.
No!
Wait, do we have any evidence yet?
Just freezing temps.
If you guys want to anger it, just start
Oh.
swearing.
Sorry, I turned off the light so I
Fuck
could
you,
see for
fuck
any
you, fuck you.
any prints.
Yo, Trisha,
What?
suck my dick.
I bet you would.
I'm gonna go get a recording camera so we can put it in here and make sure that we're seeing any ghost orbs.
Alright,
True,
please stay with me,
true.
I'm afraid.
I will stay with you. I am also afraid.
Hello. I'm grabbing a
Hi.
camera from the truck.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep this on me. Oh fuck, but I only have 3 slots. I don't know. Okay, I'll get rid of both, I guess. I don't really need them. Oh wait, but we don't have a... Alright, I'm gonna have to prop the camera up somewhere in there. How's our sanity? Sanity's good. Okay, find evidence of the paranormal with an EMF reader. Did that. It wasn't the sort of paranormal evidence we need, but... Actually, I can grab... Oh no, fuck, which one should I grab? I have space for one more thing. I guess I'll grab... Someone else has EMF, I think, so I'll grab this. I guess, just in case. It's so dumb too, because I know I have tripods, but it wouldn't let me add them.
Christ, August.
What?
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
What
Trisha,
about
why is there
Morphico?
beer on your bed?
I didn't say anything like that. Okay.
What?
Actually, here.
I'm gonna go back to using the spirit box if you would like to communicate with us that way. That would
Wanna
be
try
great.
using wait, could you drop the fucking one of them flashlights, the purple one?
Trishna,
I wanna
why
use it,
is there
'cause you're
beer
using
in your
camera.
Answer me, young lady.
It's standing completely upright. That's beautiful.
Standard.
Standard.
You know what?
Candid.
You can communicate me
1776.
with both.
Okay, I put the
Wait,
camera
guys, watch
down.
this. Bottle flop. Oh, wait. Okay. Hold on. I said flop too. Bottle flip challenge. Damn it. Okay. Alright, watch what I do. Bottle flip challenge. Okay, fuck. Hold on. Watch this.
Who's rustling papers?
Bottle flip. Okay, hold on. Wait, is she writing?
No.
Alright, watch this.
I think that's one
Bottle
of
flip
us.
challenge. Oh, okay. Bottle flip challenge. Okay, hold on. Bottle flip. Yeah!
Can fingerprints show up on anything, or is it just doors?
I think they usually show up on doors, the lights, but I think there's also like footprints too.
Ah.
So, potentially anywhere. I'm gonna turn off the light, don't be alarmed. I'm gonna go back to the truck
I will be
and
alarmed.
look for ghost
Ghost
orbs.
orbs?
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Thank
I'd
you.
like everyone to know I am alarmed.
Do you have space for 2 more? We do not. Because the max for Phasmo still is 4, and we're at 4, sadly. Alright. Put these away. Oh my gosh. Both of us that had the EMF readers just fucking tossed them to the ground. That's not what loyalty is. Love Somalia. I hate to break it to you.
Hello, Steve Brown. How
We've
are
left 8 alone.
Who turned the light back on?
I'm doing.
I think 8 did.
I'm a little
Motherfucker.
scared. Oh, the activity spiked as soon as we left, so
No.
that's interesting.
That is interesting.
Why not?
Oh, it says it responds to people who are alone, so it's probably best that 8's in there alone.
Oh, it's it
Oh,
spiked to a 10.
whoa!
Oh god.
Bestie,
That was
don't die.
freaky. Did you see that? Did anyone
No.
else see that? The camera
On the
glitched
camera?
out.
Ooh. Okay. Wow.
Wait, what button is the... Oh,
There you go.
Wait. If 8's the one in the room, we should give him the headcan.
Can we
8's
take it off?
dead.
I don't know if we can. Oh,
Oh.
oh no!
Shit, I should have known. I saw it spike. Well, okay, so it responds to people alone. That's good to know.
Yeah.
I feel like
Um.
to... I don't know. Did the dots projector go off?
I didn't
I didn't
see
know.
it go off.
So, I don't
Okay,
know.
it turns red when it goes off, right?
Okay, I put the head-mounted camera back up, so if someone wants to take it and go in.
I don't, but I
Oh.
can.
What if I put it on
Okay.
Yeah.
and we go in together?
But we would have to leave you in
Ah.
there alone.
Yeah, but I do not really want to die.
All right, I'll take one for the team.
You
but
should
I
if-
will die.
Okay. Finn, you should probably take some sanity pills.
Oh, right. Okay.
Don't tell me what to do. That you weren't even talking to me, but don't tell me what to do.
So, okay. So if Levi's gonna go in and stay in, then Levi should probably take the camera.
Yeah, give me the
Okay.
cam.
How
I
do
got
I...
this. I got my
Go
camera,
back up
too.
to the hook and press
I'll
F.
get a selfie with it before I die.
There you go.
What else should I bring? Anything else?
Maybe EMF, because I think 8 had the box, right? The spirit box.
Yeah.
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 So maybe
EMF.
EMF just in case.
All right, guys, here I go. I'll
Here
get
I go. Here I go. Here I go again.
I want to go in with them, but
What's up, my
also
weakness?
I'm scared.
Yeah. It's best if we stay out here anyway.
Look, we found some remains. Isn't
Mhm.
even a photo of the goddamn foot.
It's a photo of the floorboards. Whoa.
Oh,
Did you see that? I saw the ghost.
no, look at the activity.
Did it spike? Oh, that makes so much sense. I just saw the ghost walk out the door. Is it down again? Yeah, it's down again. Back to a 4. Do you want to pop in there and check that door quick?
Oh. They're dead.
Oh! Okay.
Okay. No ghost riding, which means it's either the Oreo, the twins, or the mimic.
What else did you scratch off that
Which-
you've only got those few?
I scratched off ghost riding. But we also have no fingerprints.
No. We have freezing temps, but that's all we have for evidence so far.
No, we have the, EMF, because 8 was hearing some shit.
But did it get to 5?
Or, not EMF, spirit box.
Oh, 8 was hearing shit? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's either the Oreo or the twins.
Let's see. I've also got the mimic listed.
Oreo.
They're to be angered and initiate an attack on the prey. The twins will often interact with the environment at the same time. The Onryo is referred to as the wrathful spirit. It steals souls from dying victims' bodies to seek revenge. Extinguishing a flame can cause an Onryo to attack. When threatened, this ghost will be less likely to hunt. So it's either ghost orbs, fingerprints, or EMF level 5. But if we haven't gotten EMF
Yes.
yet, then I doubt we're going to.
Yeah.
Okay, you've still got the UV, right?
Yeah, but to be honest, I do not wish to go in there.
We'll go in together. I just want to check that door
Okay.
since we saw the ghost open the door and walk through.
Yeah.
If we don't find anything else, we can just make a guess. We could have two
Yeah.
of us do one and 2 of us do the other. Oh, wow. That's a little sad.
Oh,
Right at the door.
okay.
So where did 8 die? The room? Yep.
Okay.
Nothing?
No fingers.
Hmm. And then... what was the other option?
Ghost orbs.
Ghost orbs. I feel like it's gotta be that one then.
Yeah, it's the, twins then.
But we said it's probably not EMF level 5.
Yeah. Wait.
So that may be...
Wait, ghost orb is, Oreo.
Oh yeah, okay. Spirit power, yep. Oh my god. Okay, I'm getting out. We got as much as we could. Oh, we didn't establish a way to talk to each other. Fuck. Okay, we'll have to do that. So let's go with... Ghost Orb, Onryo. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Prevent the ghost... yeah, okay, cool. Alright, so... recap. We have Freezing Temps, Ghost Orb, Spirit Box, Onryo or Oreo. As Finn likes to say, if you are not in the van... oh, hello! If you're not in the van, you're not coming home. Hate to break it to you. And you get to be left with, Trisha Roberts. Let's go home. I'm gonna be kind of upset if it's not the Onryo. And it's something else that we crossed off. But I mean, we only had two pieces of viable evidence. Motherfucker.
See, I'm telling you, boy, I'm telling you.
Good
Shut up.
job, bestie. Good job.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
We did good. We did good.
We did do good.
Yeah. That's why
I-
we're real ones.
Deaded as
Okay.
hell. Okay, so that's working again. I don't know why it wasn't working a second.
So we don't have the head-mounted cameras anymore. But we have everything else.
That's fine.
Oh, we need... What
If I can figure out how to buy it. Buy one.
I added a tripod.
I think I didn't add a... I don't know how to add shit, guys. I don't know how. Alright, I just bought 2 of them. So now I gotta figure out how to add them to the...
You have to manually add stuff.
How?
That's so confusing.
You have to add it.
Wait, there they are, right? I just added them, right?
Yes.
They're
Yeah.
right there?
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
alright. Fucking
Hold on.
hate this. Like, what? Who made this gosh darn game?
Developers, if you're
For
watching
real.
this, don't take it to heart. We love you.
Yeah, I know, I love you.
Oh,
Just
God.
like, stop confusing me.
Make the ad system easier, please.
Right, for real, for real.
Fix the models as well.
I don't know. I like the models and their goofy
They're
ways.
silly. They're silly.
They're a little silly goofy looking.
Exactly. I love the silly goof.
Variety. I need the Scooby Gang DLC.
Yes, that'd be so funny. You get to pick between them. That'd be so good.
Honestly.
I love that you immediately turned around and ran after it.
Yo, you threw a ball at me.
I just threw it in your general direction, okay?
What? Who the fuck?
Not
That's
it.
probably me, actually. I think-
Yeah, I think that was just you, and you immediately were like, wait a minute.
yeah.
Who would do that?
I love doing that. I love like doing something so obvious that it was me and then immediately going, who did that? That's my favorite bit. Why is this bowling ball not able to hit the pins? That's kind of redundant. If you can't knock them down, what are you here for?
Frick.
Okay, well that sucks. Pin the ball, hit the Jenga? No.
Two.
Okay, that sucks.
What the hell?
I'm ready when you guys
What
are.
should I do? No.
Oh.
Just kidding, I'll ready up. Alright, but I'm gonna play basketball again. Just kidding.
2.
Hack stack. Oh my god. Wait. Look how aggressive this is. Look at. Do you hear that? Like it's so.
I don't. Hold on.
Oh wait.
Oh my god. That is so
Play
aggressive.
cornhole.
Let's go!
Holy
I
shit.
can never make another basket in my life again. I'm at 69.
I'm gonna do the rings.
Damn, nice.
Fuck!
Okay. Hold on, I got this. Watch what I do. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
like,
took it down.
literally, like...
Fuck.
Wait, I didn't even pick one up. Hold on. Let me try that again.
Motherfucker.
What? I threw farther. How did it... I hate this game.
I got one, but knocked over like half the pins.
Yeah,
Hey!
That's what it's all about.
Let's go!
You know who's not ready?
Who's not ready?
Create is.
No, liar, 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 pants on fire.
My pants are not on fire.
I would know. Oh shit, I didn't get a snack. Fuck. Okay, I'll grab a snack once we're in. And I'll just let them know that I'm gonna be gone for a second. Oh, what do I want for a snack? Fuck, I don't know what I want. I would say yogurt, but I had yogurt right before stream. Maybe chips if I can find some. I need to buy snacks. I'm out of snacks, bro. Oh my god, I didn't even realize we're doing the asylum. Oh no. Shit. This is gonna be bad. Who's ready to do the asylum?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hey, Black. Oh. Ugh. I hate cursed objects. They're so
Ella
scary.
Dixon. More like Ella Dixon.
Ella Dix.
No.
Get an average sanity below 25%. I already have that in real life.
Alright, I have...
No,
Oh wait, you have that too.
distribution.
Oh wait, guys, wait. Here, come
Wait,
here.
what's up, babe?
Come here. Okay, so this place is fucking huge. I feel like we should go in teams of 2 to either side. And then,
Let's split up and look for clues,
and
gang.
then one person on each team takes a camera.
Whoa.
Alright, who's on my team?
I got a camera. I'll go with you, bestie.
Oh,
I'll
thanks,
go with
bestie.
Okay.
That's
so
so
one
gay
of
of
you.
you.
Camera.
Okay,
How many
perfect.
items? Okay, cool. Because my inventory's full.
I have... I don't know what you have, Levi, but I have the temp
Nothing
reader,
yet,
and then I
so.
have the UV.
How would I take a
have
camera?
temp and
Wait.
EMF.
The
I
photo
have-
camera?
Hold
Spirit
on.
box and parabolic.
Which one should I take?
Let's
Probably
go.
photo camera first.
Yeah, photo
Let's,
camera,
Do you
and...
guys want the left side or the right side of the building?
What's this thing?
We'll take left.
Okay, we'll
Okay.
pick right.
Okay.
Kind of wild.
I have no idea. What else should I do?
Hey, I don't know where I am.
Yeah, take the notebook. That way we can throw it down and we can come back for the video camera if we need to.
Hello.
Paranormal. Okay, cool. I like the crunchy gravel.
Crunchy.
Whoa.
Ooh, that's my dad.
You are my dad. You're my dad.
You're my
Boogie,
dad.
woogie, woogie.
Boogie, boogie, boogie.
Guys, what if I told you I already hate this?
I would believe you.
Yeah,
You're
I would agree, 100%.
You know what?
What's on this paper?
For some
I hope it's someone's phone number.
Can you read it? I can't read it.
I'll read it.
Okay.
Let's see. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
Here,
hold on. Move
here,
out.
I got the light.
So it says,
Uh-huh.
number of. I think this is actually. Oh my God! Wait, that's enough numbers for a social security number, maybe.
Hey,
I
yo!
think it's like. I think that's like paperwork to fill out.
Oh,
or, like,
whoa.
Maybe a passport. What building are we in again?
In an asylum.
Oh.
Some...
What the fuck, bestie?
What?
Summoning circle made of blood, I think.
The
quite sure.
walkie-talkie. What's going on?
What do you mean?
I just heard.
Oh, that wasn't
Well,
me.
not exactly like that, but I hear
Whoa! Hey, guys!
holy shit!
This is spooky.
Besties.
Oh, whoa!
Seems a little satanic for an asylum.
Lots of blood.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, wow. Shit. Where's that from?
Crucifix. That's not what that says. I can't read. It says sacrifice.
Sacrifice. Oh, this!
Picture.
I know
Wait,
this.
guys,
We
did
don't have
you
the
see
shit for
this?
it, though.
Good.
Whoa. What is that?
Play
Oh, it's a
it, play
music
it.
box.
Play it. Someone play it.
I can't. Can anybody else?
Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah, I think usually with these circles, is it with the circles or is it just the stars? I don't know. But usually you can, whoa, that's a whole blade. You can put like candles in each of these
Hello,
little
Miss,
circles and it like
hello?
summons the ghost for a minute and you have until the ghost escapes the circle to like see it. But then once the ghost escapes the circle, it can kill you. So you have to like look and go.
Like run.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
If we see an open door, then that is the place most likely.
This door's open. Oh, I just closed it.
Where? Oh yeah, that was
Oh,
door.
I said this door was open. It was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh wait, I'm not fucking. There we go. Rules for nurses. All nurses must ever remember that Sunny Meadows Mental Institution is for the care of hello? Oh,
Hi,
it's
bestie.
you. It's for the care
Sorry.
of mentally sick persons who are not always responsible for their acts or words,
Oh my gosh.
and who welfare is always first to be considered. That's the that the patients are always to be treated kindly.
You guys can see me. Oh my god. I forgot I had a webcam, and I'm just here pigging out.
It's okay.
Oh, well.
Pig out.
I gotta get used to
Oh,
it.
wow. I didn't expect that.
I don't like that.
No. Oh, this place really is a fucking maze. Jesus. Okay. You have the better sense of direction of us two, I think, so you're gonna have to remember where we've been.
I'm trying.
And I appreciate it. That's all I can ask for.
Get back here. The sun goes further.
That's so funny. Their team is just falling apart in shambles, and we're doing great over here.
Leave me alone. I will crush
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, whoa.
Wait,
Hear that?
Do you hear running water?
Yeah. Not here. No.
Why?
Definitely getting louder though.
Why have you
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
What the fuck? Are you
Oh, dirty water! Take a photo, take a photo, take a photo. Dirty water and freezing temps. Or I think it's freezing temps. This is the lowest it's been. Let me double check.
Oh, I didn't like that. Did you hear that?
I did not.
I just heard a peep. I don't know. Didn't like
Let's see, was freezing temps in... Oh, yeah, okay. 32 degrees Fahrenheit is freezing temps. We're at fucking 12.
it. Oh yeah. Not like that.
Guys, we found it.
What the
fuck?
What?
Was that there a second ago?
Yeah. Okay, so... Yeah. The door and the blood? Yeah.
Oh. Really?
Yeah. That's why I was like, oh, when we first walked over here. Okay, I don't see any fingerprints on the urinals.
Go put it down for now.
Okay. Let's go back to the van, grab a camera and stuff, and see if we can grab them. Nice.
Ooh, shooting camera.
Oh, yeah.
I'm out of breath. Maybe I shouldn't be sprinting.
Can y'all hear me? My
Yes.
issues, I think.
What the fuck? Do you hear
That's
that?
okay. What?
I keep hearing the walkie-talkie go off, but it's not them, I don't think.
Hi, guys. We found the
Yes.
place. We have to grab camera and stuff, but we found
we
it.
can hear you now.
Hey,
Want to follow us once we grab the stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Myth reader.
Okay, perfect. We got freezing
I have
temps.
spirit box.
I didn't see any fingerprints
someone get-
yet, but...
Someone get the video camera and
Yep.
I don't know.
Let me-
Did you already
got-
do the whatchamacallit?
There we go. Okay.
Parabolic mic. Did you have that with you? We need
I did
that.
not.
Yeah, I did.
I have the tripod. So we're good there.
You have to
Did
carry
anyone
that
have
one.
the EMF reader?
I have it.
Yeah, Finn.
Yep, Finn's got it.
Okay.
Give me the
Someone's got the
fucking-
purple mic.
Ah!
We've got muddy water.
There we go.
And I keep hearing weird shit on the
Yeah,
I think
same.
sometimes when we try to talk through it, it doesn't give our voices for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing other voices, like
Really?
distinct other
Yeah,
voices
same.
that aren't
That's
ours.
weird.
Is that part of the game?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe, might be.
Okay, well that's something to consider. I think the spirit box might be a good bet.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to go? I'll lead us
I
back.
think we
Yeah.
were just on the wrong side of the
Yeah,
place.
yeah.
8, come on.
Yeah, sorry, I'm coming.
Okay, everyone. Okay.
Oh, did we see what the name is and if they're a group ghost or not?
Ella.
Ella Dixon.
People who are
Hey,
alone.
Dixon Dallas.
Okay.
She's riding on my booty cheeks.
I love the way she rides.
Can hardly stand it when he's pumping
deep inside.
What?
What?
I love
Have
that
you not
song.
heard that?
Dixon
No.
Dallas is my
It's
favorite
so
singer.
good.
Wait, can you guys, since we're all together, don't use the walkie-talkie because I want to test my theory
Okay.
that
Yeah.
something weird's going on.
Okay.
Just because I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
We're almost
There
done.
it
I was
is.
also
great.
hearing weird things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
me
was
too.
hearing like a man's voice. I swear.
Nothing written so far.
I mean, we're all real men here, but what
Yeah.
the? Did you throw that? Did you just throw the
Throw
notebook?
what?
The notebook. The journal.
I put the tripod down in the corner.
Did no one touch the journal though?
Nope.
No.
It just flew across the room.
We're at
Huh.
3 right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Miss
Duly
Ella.
noted.
Yeah,
Apparently
the notebook
this
apps.
is where
Did
you are.
Did you put the
Uh,
camera down?
If you'd like to talk with us, that would be great. Just communicate with us through the spirit box.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't throw
negative
shit at me.
9.
8.
What's up?
Did you put the camera down?
I don't have a camera.
What? I thought someone
Wait.
had the camera.
Did we grab the tripod but not the camera?
Damn it.
What the fuck?
Alright, I'll go get it. I have a free hand.
Okay. Whoa.
No one move. No one die.
Oh, 5.
5? Alright. So
Well,
it's
if you
Jin,
like to
Shade,
talk
Oni,
with
or the
us-
twins.
It would mean a lot if you could just give us a signal through the spirit box to confirm that you can use the spirit box to confirm that you are here. I will take an emotional state. I will take how you feel about us being here. Honestly, any word,
I think that's. I think this is fingerprints.
anything. If you say something through the spirit
No?
box, that would be great.
They gotta wait. Go to the rest of the mirror. Yep, that's a hand.
So we got it?
Yes.
It's a Jin, kids.
Alright.
Levi, it's a Jin.
Maybe we should leave now.
What'd you say?
Can we leave now?
Yeah, what the fuck is going on with the... I can barely hear you, but we're heading back out.
Let's leave. 8.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let's leave.
I have a great idea. Let's
Leave. That was pretty quick.
I mean,
That
if
was
you test
actually-
things, it goes relatively quick.
Yeah, that was really quick for the fucking asylum too, damn.
Yeah.
Was it you, 8, that said that you do really good in the asylum?
No.
Hello.
How'd you guys figure out Jin?
We found fingerprints on the mirror.
Oh, so you got all 3. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's easy enough.
Yep, yep.
Evidence, EMF, fingerprints, Jin.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, that was easy.
Mm-hmm. We were just
love
talking
it
about
when
that,
we
how
die.
how easy it was for the asylum. Like, I was fully prepared for 3 of us to die.
For real. I didn't even start the vlog yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have no content. Oh, whoa. Detect paranormal sound. And we got the paranormal with the EMF reader. It didn't make an appearance, so none of us got sanity below 25, but
Oh yeah, true.
I can do that real quick.
yeah, want to do
Yeah,
that?
and then start cursing.
Go for it if you want to.
Okay.
But that won't give
Wait,
us
where
an
the heck
app.
him?
Oh shit, yeah.
Too late.
I'll go in too.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
still here.
Oh,
Hey,
give me
we
a
gotta
sec.
get an average of below.
Okay, okay.
Get absolute garbage can.
Yo, what up, fucker? Come at me, bitch.
Damn, that dirty water photo is fucking washed out. There you go. It's so weird that it's doing that too. Is like with the mics or whatever, because didn't do that last game. I don't fucking know. Whatever.
We got any. How low is our sanity?
You're both still in the 70s.
What the hell?
Jesus
Get out of
Christ.
this bitch. She threw a fucking garbage can.
Was that a garbage can? It looked like a bucket. Oh my god, the spastic movement. That is so funny.
I would too.
Yep.
That's
Good job
scary.
trying. Good job trying.
That's scary. Not a fan.
Alright.
Yeah, no.
So
Alright,
everybody
we all
got
Jin?
everything? EMF level 5, fingerprints, freezing temps, Jin?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. I'd say this is a success, boys.
Yeah. Woo.
Woo! Alright, let's see what the game says. We didn't get a bone, but we got dirty water, so hopefully they'll still give us some cash. It's so weird looking outside and seeing it still be bright. I'm not used to that.
We're
so good.
Yeah!
Dubs.
What the dog do?
Marijuana is number one at Phasmophobia.
Hell yeah. Oh damn, 130. Let's go.
Woo.
No bone evidence, but it's alright. We got the dirty water.
I don't know what the dirty water has to do with anything ever. I don't know why it was like the ghost made the water dirty.
Ghosts wash
Ew.
their hands.
Yeah.
Do they?
I don't know.
Sometimes, I don't know. Okay, so what do we need that we can add? I think Levi should still have the head-mounted cameras, so we should be able to add those back again.
Yeah, probably.
I added 2 head-mounted cameras, maybe.
Oh, okay, so we should have the
You want to get a
4
crucifix?
total. Yeah, let's get a crucifix. I'm gonna get the
Also
lighter.
a lighter.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the lighter and... What do we think? Candle,
Can I
maybe?
do it? Yeah, I added them. Cool.
Yep,
I have
2
no idea how to
head-mounted
do it.
cameras. Let's go.
Okay, got a candle, got a lighter.
Can we pause for a snack time? Because I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got goldfish.
Hell yeah, snack time. I'll be right back.
Oh, I leveled up twice since we started.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
No, I
it's
might have
candle,
lied.
it's a lighter.
No, yeah, I was level 9 when we started, I
I'll
thought.
get some salt. I don't even
Or
know
maybe
how
I
salt works.
No, I was looking at 8. Alright, I don't know. I'm just gonna shut up.
Everybody's been grabbing the strong flashlights, right?
Oh.
Because it
I
lists,
think
it doesn't list them, so I'm trying to remember if we had 4 in the van.
We've had the 4 of the same type of flashlights. I don't know what they are.
Okay, it's probably the strong ones then. I'll assume. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy anything else. I'll save my money for anything that we might lose. And I'll be right back.
Yeah, we have 4 strong flashlights there at the bottom. Boy, so damn good looking.
True.
He's bouncing off my booty cheeks. I love the way he rides. I can hardly hear him. It's my theme song. I'm so glad. I've had to a lesson too. What? God damn, that sucks. You can be my queen.
You get to pick only one. Tomboy girlfriend. She loves you. England is gone. No more England.
Yeah. Yeah, wait, what? No
You can
more
only
English.
pick one. Okay.
Frick, fact, patty whack. No. No.
That's so cool. Ew, that's so gross. Sorry, I looked at a fucked up photo of a tree.
Trees are fucked up. True.
I'm gonna send the weird tree.
Okay.
Yucky tree.
Where are you sending the tree?
I sent it in the Phasmophobia chat.
Ah. I see. What the? I don't like that.
I know, that's why I'm saying it's a fucked up tree.
Skinny. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Why is it? Oh my gosh, how long does it take gay people to get food?
Oh god.
I have food. Get pranked.
Good.
Whatever, gay wad.
I'm going to help someone film something tomorrow, and she really said, I feel like I have to bribe you. Do you have a favorite snack outside of expired goldfish?
What?
Nice.
Yeah. We have a thing going where anytime that I see her, she runs a food bank, right? Or something similar. Food bank is the easiest way to explain it. And she's not allowed to give out expired food, even if it is something like crackers, which really doesn't expire if it's not opened, you know what I mean? So she gives me all her expired goldfish, and it's so good. I love them.
You're ill.
Ew.
Ill.
No, goldfish aren't bad. Like, they just get stale. And they're only by a few months usually.
Yeah, no, I'm calling you ill as in mentally ill.
Oh. No, that one makes sense, yeah. Also, I purely take the bags of goldfish because they're Mandalorian themed and I'm autistic, so.
Real.
Yeah, real.
Food tastes better when it's themed.
Aid, are you still getting the crucifix?
Basti,
What?
where you been?
Stuffing my face and not realizing my mic was still muted.
Dummy, still eat.
I pressed a button and it didn't do it.
Okay, I did it.
I didn't want to buy it if you were gonna buy one because I figure we don't need to.
That's fair.
I'm eating the worst snack imaginable.
What is it?
And by that, I mean it's sent from hell and I love it.
What is
You have a
it?
hell snack?
Don't tell me it's ketchup chips.
No.
No! Ketchup chips are good, okay?
No, they're
And
not.
two, one, shut the fuck up. You're allergic to ketchup.
No, I'm not. Don't spread such lies.
You've
You
literally said that
literally
your
are.
throat tingles when you have ketchup.
Tomfoolery.
Don't
Anyway.
spread such lies.
We are all ready. No, sorry.
What if I told you
We were still talking. I
That
didn't want to just click start.
No,
it's
that's
a
understandable.
burger?
I think you should just interrupt though.
It's a burger bun with Caesar dressing in it.
All right, yeah, you can
What?
end this conversation.
Yeah, I don't want that anymore. Oh my god, we're back to Sunny Meadows. Jesus. Oh my god, why is my stream lagging? Hopefully it's just a loading thing. I'll keep an eye on it. Sorry guys, I didn't realize that was happening.
I'm playing Phasmophobia.
Oh my god. I'm in someone's head.
Oh
Yeah,
wait, we're
I
back
was
at Sunny
evil about
Meadows?
it.
Yeah, apparently.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, sorry, I'm evil about it, guys.
All those head-mounted cameras didn't add.
Okay.
We still only have 2.
Smudge.
What
What?
the hell?
I have the 10th
I
thing.
only... Oh wait, I only have 2, that's why.
No, I added 2. I
that's-
actually
Oh,
think
cool.
mine didn't work.
Aw.
Probably one
Because
of us.
I don't think I unlocked it yet.
Do we want to do the same thing?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think, honestly, yeah.
My
Alright,
dog's
smudge stick,
tearing at my
EMF,
door.
and
Oh, I see
motion
the
sensor.
issue. My fucking camera is frozen.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Who's taking what, bestie?
There we go.
I have
I have the UV and I have the temp thing for our
I have
group.
a head camera.
Oh my god. Hold
I'll
on.
I
take
will
the head
take
camera.
camera.
I
I'll
also
take
have
regular
EMF.
camera and smudge stick maybe because we need that.
Oh,
Oh,
do
wait,
we?
I would need to have the
Can I
lighter.
help
Never
you?
mind.
Yeah. Book maybe?
Yeah, I'll take a book.
Guys, it
We'll come back
responds
to
to
the smudge
everyone.
Okay. Oh, actually, duly noted. Thank you.
It responds to everyone, and its
Cora.
name is Cora Myers.
Cora.
Sorry, my dog was going wild at my door.
Whoa. Okay.
She was clawing
Calm
at it,
down.
but I have like proper wood doors, so I didn't want her to like knock a hole in
Smudge
it.
stick,
Right.
smudge stick, EMF,
Smudge stick.
motion sensor. Do
Smudge
we have a motion sensor?
I
No.
don't know.
No, I don't think
we
anyone
can't
grabbed
get
one.
that. Got it.
So.
Nuh-uh.
That's right. We can do our best.
Come on in, everybody.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. Huh?
I got the keys.
Hello.
Where?
What?
It, we're going
I was the
together.
one that grabbed the keys.
We're going.
It's a global inventory thing.
Fuck you. Fuck your global inventory.
Hey.
Alright. We're going
Hey.
left?
Yeah.
We going right.
Alright. Okay, now ladies.
Yeah.
I don't remember
Oh.
exactly what he says. It comes
Well,
out so
there's a
quick.
shelf in the way of the right hall, so I don't think we are going that way.
Oh shit.
Fine evening.
There's just, yeah, it's left and then left. Or wait, right, I mean. I don't know my
Don't leave me
directions.
behind, Abe. I swear to God.
Well, that eliminates that then, unless there's some other way to get in there that we didn't know about. But I don't think so.
Not that I know of. Oh, hey, I speak that language. Sacrificial knife.
Knife. He takes a knife and murders children.
We done found a spinal.
That's so hot.
You have
Coming.
the camera, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, can't go that way either. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's blocked off.
Well, that's nice. It's
We
not
have
giving
to
us
we
many
have to come with
options.
you guys. Our hallway's
Yeah.
blocked.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so that narrows it down at least.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Oh!
good that it's at least
Say
in everyone's
cheese!
Cheese! Give me that bone.
Feel this way.
Hi.
Taking the bone.
Oh,
Taking the bone out of it. Ew,
Oh my
don't
God.
do that. Ooh. Hello, Miss. Frick.
Actually, I'm just gonna keep the
Myers.
Oh, Cora Myers. Ooh, like Michael Myers.
Yeah, maybe it's his sister.
Or like
I
my
know what
friend
you are.
Cora.
Whoa. Guys, careful of the random bed pieces. Oh, okay. Broken off door. Possibility. Hello? I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me.
I'm beside you now, bestie.
oh,
Watch
thank
what
you,
I do.
bestie.
Watch what I do.
I watch. Whoa!
That was
I'm
a
so
jump
good at
scare.
piano. I am a musician.
Hey, girl.
Hey girl, hey.
Hey, girl, hey. Hey, Cora.
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 Oh wow, we really don't have that many options. This is a dead end, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be one of these rooms then.
I thought that the freaking graffiti said Shrek for a second.
Oh,
I
it's
can't
the
believe
counter
so.
thing. What's this called? Levi, you'd know.
Oh, a metronome.
Yeah. Oh my god.
There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. This is so hard. Winds blew her about it
faster? Oh.
down.
Sorry.
Yeah, make it faster.
I want to see if
No,
I
it's okay.
can't
I'll
make
go-
it faster. It either stops
I'll go in
or
double
does this.
time.
Okay.
Do. Once was a ship that put to sea. So it's dun 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 dun. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was a Billy O.T. Winds blew hard about it down. Blow my Billy boys blow. Yeah, that would be it. I don't know why that was the song I thought of. Soon may the wellerman come, bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done.
ABB, how you do? Whoa, wow, okay.
Wait, hold on, watch.
Oh my god, look, a little cubby zone.
Cubby?
Guys, we found
Oh
cubby zone.
shit! Okay, so if anything goes down, all of us just cuddle in here.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, so I'm assuming it's not freezing temps because I haven't gotten anything.
Hey, Cora,
neither.
bestie.
Cora.
So probably not freezing temps since we've been everywhere. No fingerprints yet, but we haven't seen any movement, so.
She turned off the lights.
Did one of you guys say something in like a deep gravelly voice?
That was me.
Oh,
that
she
was me.
did?
Don't worry.
Where? Where was the lights?
I did, yeah.
Cora turned off
the
the
bathroom?
lights. These lights aren't like all of the lights to the everywhere.
All of the lights to the everywhere.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hey, Cora, if you wanna,
I don't see anything.
My feetsies are sweet.
Whoa.
Hey,
No,
Cora,
Cora, what the fuck, man?
About it down, blow my bully boys blow.
I want one of these bags. I like these bags.
Was this always flipped? Oh yeah, I guess so.
Cora, could this perhaps be your room? Is it Jesus? Are you Jesus?
Jesus? Oh.
Time to wake up.
Is that you?
That was me, yeah.
Aw.
Okay.
Aw, book of fairy tales.
Anyone
Who wants me to read you a story?
I want to hear a story, bestie. I want to hear the story.
Okay.
Hey, Cora,
Come.
it'd be greatly
With the
appreciated
read from the book.
if you could, like, give us some
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, fairy tales. Hans Christian Andersen. Wow. Okay.
I love him.
All right. First chapter. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Cora,
Oh,
and she was best friends with a kid named Levi.
who the fuck turned the? Oh my god.
We're trying to read a
That's
fucking
me.
story, you motherfuckers.
How are they gonna see the book without the lights on?
What the?
All right, bestie. Don't
Fuck.
worry. I got a flashlight.
Okay. So, where did I leave off? Oh, yes.
Me.
Yes,
I mean,
and they
someone
had a
named Levi.
friend named Levi.
That's me.
Cora and Levi loved to play all these different games together, and they would always wake up together to the sound of their alarm.
Oh my god, stop. You did not just do that. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god. Ah!
As soon as the alarm would sound, they would wake up and go, "Ah, hello, best friend." But little did they know, they were in an insane asylum.
What?
Yeah. And because
That
they
makes
were in
sense.
an insane asylum, they couldn't do other things that other best friends could do. Like, they couldn't go outside for a walk without somebody following them.
Uh-oh.
And they didn't have any toys to play with. Oh. Taking a photo of fairy tale time.
Found the brain.
Yeah.
It's in the front room.
Oh, okay.
Down
Thanks, bestie.
Thank you. Uh-oh.
What? What's wrong?
The papers in the book are all scribbled on. I can't read this story.
You're right next to the break.
Are you sure she rang the bell? I think it's part of story time.
Not anymore. Probably.
Where are they?
I fully thought that this was a body bag, but
Oh.
it's just another one of the mattresses for the
Could
stretchers.
be. Oh. Is that you guys doing that? Okay, so she's turning the lights on and off.
Hmm.
Do we have any evidence yet?
No.
I don't even know where to start.
Neither of us got freezing temps, so it's more than likely not that. And we haven't narrowed it down to a room, so I can't tell about fingerprints. My hand hurts a little bit.
Journal down because I don't know. We need something.
Oh my god, there's a journal.
Hello.
Oh, fuck me.
Where did they go?
I don't see their body. How
Hello.
far did they... Oh, you're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I think it
We
disappeared
saw
pretty
dots.
quickly.
Yeah, we saw dots, for sure.
August, where are you at?
August is here. August
I'm
is
here.
alive. Oh, sorry. August is alive.
So, Dot?
Thank you.
Ooh,
Hey, Cora. Once again,
it's
we don't mean any
close
harm.
to
We just
being
wanna
1
talk.
degrees, but it's
Okay.
not.
That's
Yeah, it's
good to know.
I've got Fahrenheit,
you
and
could
it's the
communicate
lowest
with
it's gotten.
us
I think was
through
36, but we would
spirit
need it
box,
at a
that would be great.
34.
Oh my god, Dots is scaring
Thanks,
the
okay.
crap out of me.
I'm going to go
She
with you
is-
cannot communicate through spirit box. Thank you, though.
No, I should have saw that coming! No! Dang it! Did I get a picture? Did I get a picture before I died? Oh wait.
That's not you! Whoa! They
I
fucking,
got I was trying.
They threw the body. They threw Finn.
Oh, okay, then.
Holy
So,
shit.
Yeah, that was definitely some wailing we got going on. So that's a no to spirit box, though.
Uh oh.
Well,
I think we left Levi in there.
uh-oh.
Oh no.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Aww. Yep, there it is. Damn.
Oh.
Take some pills.
Ooh. Okay, so that sounds like some draining. Oh. Okay, so that was draining sanity.
Yeah,
So
100%.
now it's Banshee, Yuri, Gorgo, or Ani, Faye, or Raiju. So I want to look for one that does a lot of sanity draining.
Okay.
'Cause I felt like that did a lot.
Yeah.
Banshee, Siren Song. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, we can hear screaming through Parabolic if we go in.
Oh,
with
for the Banshee? Okay.
Yeah. So Banshee is currently a high one, I think.
Okay.
That would be EMF level 5, Spear Box. Fuck. Oh wait, sorry. No, I was looking
Banshee,
at the wrong
fingerprints,
one.
ghost
Banshee.
orb, dots.
So fingerprints, ghost, dots.
We got
so
dots.
We have dots. No
we need to
blue
put
on
down a
ghost.
camera.
Fingerprints, maybe.
Yeah.
Why-
I
yeah,
have the
for ghost
UV.
Okay, cool.
Uh,
Do you want to grab the camera and we can set it up in there?
that sounds good.
Okay.
I'd say our best bet would be to run the opposite direction if she comes in. We're okay, we're okay.
You want to just throw it here?
Yeah. There we go.
What the hell was that?
I disliked
Yeah,
everything
so-
about that.
Yeah, no, I'm going with Banshee. That was 110% a song. She was about to give us a little beat. Is that a ghost orb?
I think it might be. I think it is.
Cool, yeah. Okay,
Okay.
cool. So I think it's a banshee.
Ghost orb. Yeah, I feel like it probably
I don't.
is.
I feel like it's too risky to go check for fingerprints.
Yeah. I don't know exactly
every
what
time
she
we
might have
walk in-
touched anyway.
Yeah. Well, the bell.
Oh, the bell?
Yeah.
Do you want me to just check the bell super quick? Go in, go out?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, if I die, we already know
Yeah.
more than likely what she is, so.
I'll stand in the doorway.
Yeah. I don't see anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Don't do that. Yeah, I didn't see any fingerprints.
Okay, so let's cross off fingerprints for now.
Okay.
So that leaves us with Yuri, Thai, and Raiju. Or Thay, whatever.
Yuri or
AJ.
yokai?
Yuri. Because I have Dot's projector ghost orb marked off.
I
As
scratched off
this-
fingerprints and freezing temps.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool. Then that's between Raiju and Thai. Freezing temps, are you sure? Because I
Yeah,
swear I
'cause-
was seeing my breath in there.
Were you? I know that we
think
were
so.
close, but we didn't get to the actual number.
Okay.
I
so
thought
I'll
I
just leave
thought
that
I
as,
saw
like, an
my
unknown.
breath when Finn died, but
Yeah. So Yuri. Stronger effect on people's sanity.
which one's that? The Fae?
Yuri. Ghosts return to the physical world for hate.
Ooh,
with
Yuris have been
Raiju.
known to have a stronger effect on people's sanity.
Yeah, yeah. Raiju, demon that thrives on electrical current. That would be EMF level 5. Did we ever check EMF?
I don't think so. I didn't have it. I don't know if anybody else had it. I don't think Levi had it.
Are you
It
sure?
might have
It's
been
not up here.
Finn.
Go to Ben.
Smudging the Yuri's place of death trapped.
Do you want to try smudging it?
We can see if it'll appear. I don't know how much that'll do for us though, other than just put us in
Yeah.
danger. Although that is one of the things, is smudge stick.
Yeah.
So at the very least we'd get a little bit more cash for it.
Yeah.
If you want to grab that, I can grab the lighter.
I think you have to have both in your hand or in your inventory.
Do you?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we have 2 lighters, so.
Yeah. We can try it.
Oh.
Oh no! Oh. That's upsetting. We got it, right? Yeah, we got it. Okay. Okay, I feel like it's gotta be Yuri. Yeah, spirit can be temporarily stopped by burning smudge sticks near them. This for spirit. Smudging near distance. Okay. I feel like it's... Yeah, it's gotta be Yuri, and I mean... A couple of us said we saw our breath, so we'll say it's Yuri. So that's... Dot's Ghost Orb Freezing Temps. Yeah, alright. Put this back. You're not in the van, you're staying with the ghost. We gotta buy more stuff. What I need is another drink. I ran out. Fuck.
I can't believe that was a yokai. There's
Hold
no
on.
way.
That's wild.
At least
Hold
we still
on.
got quite a bit of
Ghost
cash.
yokai.
Yokai.
Mhm.
Yep.
I know, that's
Attracted to human
BS.
voices? Yeah, we never got anything on the spirit box.
Yeah, that's BS.
Yeah.
Ugh!
Maybe I wasn't asking correct questions.
Mm.
What were you asking?
I don't know. I don't remember what I asked. I might have not
What do we
asked any
need?
on accident.
Guys,
Wait.
what do we need? What do we have?
The head mount.
We
Okay.
need... Yeah. You guys should still
Did
have
we-
those, right? Or did we lose them?
Yeah.
We lost them.
I thought you had one. You were alive. No, but you
Yeah, I
were
had
alive and you had it.
Yeah,
So where'd it go?
I put him on.
Woo!
Oh,
Do
so
you-
we lost mine then.
Yeah,
Which means I haven't been adding them. Which means I don't know how to add them. Which means... What? I don't understand this game so much. Oh wait, that's... Okay, I understand.
maybe we should get the motion sensor. Hold on.
Yeah.
I added 2 more, I think. Yeah, I did. Okay.
That's a
Yeah.
sound sensor.
Ocean sensor, you guys got that?
I got it.
Glow stick.
I don't know.
Motion sensor.
Guys,
I
Cheese
can't
is in the
afford-
chat with a.
Oh,
Yo, what did
OMG.
she say?
Hey guys, welcome in. Thank you for
Guys,
the
we
raid,
have motion
Chise.
sensor. Let's go.
Woo!
Um,
Oh, thank you for
do we
the
already
resub.
have,
Oh, we have 4 of 4. Head mounted
let me get
camera.
a... Wait, how much are these? Yeah, let me get a thermometer. We don't have one of those.
Have they been really wonky? I didn't realize. That sucks.
Tell me why...
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a mistake.
How do you play this gosh
me
darn
why.
game?
Number 5. I
Oh, wait.
never wanna
Wanna
hear you say.
Guys,
I
we have glow
want
sticks
it
now.
that
Alright, I
way.
got a
That was
thermometer.
great.
That was so good.
Number 5. Number 5, call my brother.
Yeah, you
Number
go. You
five.
go rest,
Number
Chise.
five,
Thank you
come
for the
back.
raid. Have a good night.
Woo!
Aww.
Did
We
you
love
add your
Chise.
Did you add your crucifix? 8.
8.
I'm crucified.
Oh God, it got Christian in here.
There we go. Crucifix.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready
Sounds
up.
so
ready up.
good. Makes me sleep.
Are you ready?
Bust.
I'm ready.
Oh my god, the radio works.
Yeah. You
What?
didn't hear us bopping earlier?
No, I muted your streams earlier so I could just have them in the background. Hey, look! It's our spine!
It is our spine. Oh my gosh,
I
and the
didn't know
whoa.
that. I didn't know that they
And the
got
weird
saved.
bone.
Oh. That's just so cute.
Oh, the summoning
Memories.
circle
wait.
that we did
Do I have
last
a picture
stream.
of you up on my wall?
What? Oh wow.
Yeah, there's the picture of you. Do you have the picture of you, August?
Where?
The top left for me is the picture I took of you.
Oh,
I don't know if they're the same for everyone.
Top left for me is
It's the same for me.
top left is the cabin for me.
Wow.
Oh, okay. I have a cabin picture.
Yeah.
And a picture of a foot, and a picture of a sink.
Yeah,
and
the
a
super
people
washed out sink photo.
dancing.
I was
Alright,
ready.
ready up.
We was
Everyone
all
is
ready.
random.
Okay.
Everyone's ready.
Dark, you're not.
True.
Dark.
Why is everyone unready now?
What? No, I was ready. Someone started.
They
someone
voted.
did it. Someone did something.
We voted like in Among
Oh,
Us.
frick.
Akaboots!
Akaboos.
Akaboots!
He's so cute. He got his.
Oh, I cut them off. Oh my god, we're going back to Sunny Meadows. Okay. That's alright. Thank you for the lurk, Chisa. Oh boy, let's see how this goes. Because we've been to Sunny Meadows twice so far. We won once and we lost once. The first time it was amazing. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Second time, 3 of us died. 3 of us died, and we had to guess what the ghost was, and we were wrong. So, we'll see how this goes. Oh, you know what? While it's loading, I'm gonna grab my drink. Just across the room. I'll be back. Holy fucking shit, I'm thirsty.
Balls.
I got my drink.
Ah!
Why are we
this-
at Sunny Meadows
fucking-
again, guys?
We're back in the fucking
Because we're
building
insane.
again!
After this, we're going to a normal standard house.
Yes.
Whoa.
With a nuclear family of a mom and a dad and a son and a daughter.
God, I hope so.
We have 2 things about smudge sticks, so I think we should use the smudge sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the 2?
I
Cleanse
got you.
and repel the ghost. Okay. Oh, you know what? That was probably the big thing last time, was the fact that the ghost wasn't repelled by the smudge stick. That should have been a given.
Balls.
Oh, that's upsetting.
Yeah, you would.
Don't forget to grab your head-mounted cameras.
Like 5
Okay, so
seconds.
don't use it until you need to. Got it.
Yeah.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Okay, fuck.
Okay, I
I'm
have
sorry,
the
I-
UV.
I used it.
Aw.
I didn't realize that it worked like that.
I'm gonna grab the
Okay,
book.
Well,
Yeah.
should I bring it?
What? The stub? No, don't bring the stub with you.
Okay.
Grab a new one. And
No
just try
stub,
not to
got
pull
it.
it out. Try not to whip it out on us.
We all have those now.
You
Yay!
can honestly also just like wait.
Okay. Same groups, I'm assuming? Okay. Actually, wait. Do both groups have the temperature reader or no?
Yep.
No. Wait, I don't know. Do you have yours?
No.
Well then,
You
no.
greedy motherfuckers! You took both of them!
Yeah.
Hey, give one
that
back.
fuck, man.
I don't have one.
Do we just have one?
Well, I could go back. I don't need this smudge stick right now, I guess.
I didn't see another one in the- Whoa! Oh, that was you.
That was you?
Oh,
That was me.
I hate
Hello! Welcome to Casa de August. Would you like a room?
This is an insane asylum.
No, it's a casa.
That's why it's Casa de August.
Oh, excuse me. Sir, you can't just barge into our rooms like this. I might have to call the cops.
Reception office, so
Actually, it's not. It's a storage room. Excuse me.
fuck you.
Hi, bestie.
I accidentally took a picture again. I'm really bad
Aw,
at this.
it's
I
okay.
have trigger finger. Oh my
Who's
god.
singing?
Uh-oh. That's not good.
I am terrified of storms.
Oh! This was blocked off last time.
Yeah, the basement, you mean?
Yeah. Do we want to just check the left side and then go down to the basement? Okay. Oh, true. That's a good point. Oh, Jesus. Nothing back there. Why do you sound like you're far away, but you're right here? Because we don't have the temp, we're gonna have to, what does it say? I wish to be safe. Oh, that's spooky. But we might have to,
Hello.
oh,
Tell us what your name is.
oh, that's you. Fuck, I thought it was a sink. I got excited.
Oh yeah. I hate that they sound so similar.
I
Which
know.
one of you hordes
What?
has a camera?
Oh my gosh, guys! Guys, look at I have the camera, but also look
We're
at
at tweet.
it's a okay. Where's the
Oh my
what do you
god,
need the camera
it's my
for?
beloved.
Whoa!
There's
They locked me in a room. A rubber room.
A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy.
Crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once.
Crazy once.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Where do we need the camera?
There's a haunted object. Do not pick it up though, because if you drop it and it breaks, it will.
I'm too easily spooked today. I'm gonna leave all these regular rooms alone. If there's a room with a door knocked off, or with the door open, I'll go in there. But because our group doesn't have the temp, then I just won't bother for now. Oh, that looked like stair. Oh, that is stairs. What the fuck? Where does this go? Does this go to their side? No. Okay, interesting. I'm completely alone and I don't fully like this, but I guess this is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, you know? And if I die, I can say they all left me. I can... Oh. I'm in the morgue. That's nasty. Oh, nice, a bone saw. Fuck you say? I can't understand you. Good talk.
Right, the mirror was a haunted object. Let's fucking
Hello. I went all the way down to the morgue. There's also another set of stairs that goes back up.
I just saw you. Oh my god, your eyeballs. Can you see my eyeballs?
My eyeballs, are they pretty?
Don't crouch. Come back, come back, come back.
What?
Come back up, Bessie. Wait, no, stop crouching. Don't crouch.
I'm not
No,
crouching.
No, buddy. No, Bessie, you... Look up, look up,
Okay,
look up, look up.
okay.
Do you... I see your teeth.
Are they pretty? Did I brush them?
They're really white. Yeah.
Good, that's good. I don't want my teeth to fall out, you know?
So nothing down here important?
I didn't go into every room. I went into all the rooms. I was gonna say I went into all the rooms with open doors, but there were none. I just went into the morgue, that's about it.
Got it. Well, keep it wet. Open. What the frick?
What?
Instant.
Whoa, who the fuck is putting babies in the asylum?
Our babies aren't even old enough to know if they're insane yet.
Yeah.
Who's doing that?
Oh, I wonder if it's one of those. Oh, that is 100% a torture chair. I hate everything about this.
Very fun.
But I wonder if this is one of those old asylums that used to have, like, the disabled and everything.
Probably.
So it was just, like, disabled babies that they decided to fucking dissect and
Probably. Damn.
stick in places.
Stairwell, okay. And then
Yeah, this is the stairwell I told you about. It goes back up, but I didn't go up.
where do you go? I heard them walkie-talkie us, but I don't know what they were trying to say.
Yeah, I heard Finn say something, but I don't know what they said.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, actually, what does this say? Male skull front view. What is this one?
Road.
Oh, this one's like a whole fucking story on the lung. Never mind.
Drug machine for
Yeah.
anybody in India?
Yeah. Guys. Did they go back upstairs? I don't know where. Leave it. Oh. There you are.
Here, come this way.
Okay.
Go away, back over.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think. I don't know if it connects, but we'll see. It's
Right.
good. That way we can check this stuff out while we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Why does it have to storm? Alright, should we go?
Should we go down this way?
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, you heard that, right? That was not them. There's no way that was them.
I heard you over the walkie.
That wasn't me. I did not touch it. Oh, hey, guitar.
Oh.
Aw, so glad they had recreational activities while they were here.
Strum us a little tune.
Oh, Bessie, you don't even know. I am so good at guitar. Alright, what's down here? Nothing?
No.
Okay.
Oh, there's...
I guess, yeah, let's go back to playing Find Them. These doors are all open, so... Oh, wait, that's stairs,
Oh, this is a broken door, so it might be... Oh, this is
God,
the room.
what?
This is the bathroom that we were in before.
Yeah, last room.
Guys, can you hear me or am I losing my marbles?
I hear you now.
Yeah, I just heard, like, weird man noises before, but now I hear you.
Awesome. Eight's being stuffed.
Being scuffed?
That's weird. Yeah, I'm hearing stuffing stuff too, it's weird.
Whoa.
Okay, that's so weird. You're hearing
You're right, it's weird. That's weird.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know if it's this game or the game. Like the game or the game. You know what I'm saying?
We can try having one of you guys host if it's maybe a me thing.
I wouldn't think so, but maybe. This room's a mess. Someone
Yeah.
needs to clean up after themselves. Is this?
Oh, and the... Oh, okay.
I was gonna say.
I was like, how the fuck?
Back around.
Yeah.
That would be obnoxious if we have to walk all the way back around.
Yeah.
Alright. So they didn't even make it over here yet, it looks like. It's still been on the right side.
Must
They go
be.
left this way?
Oh, whoa. Oh, this is like a fucking classroom.
Ah, teaching the disabled. Yeah. Oh, what is this?
It was me.
This is the outdoors. I didn't even know we could go outdoors.
Oh, there's like a fucking courtyard.
Aw, how cute!
Aww.
The rare plants. I love plants.
Bunch of leaves. A yo-yo, a book.
So, oh my god, I hate thunder. Okay.
Where does this go? Okay, a tree with a book under it. Oh, an ominous pair of shovels. That's nice. There's some doors over here.
Ah, I almost spilled my drink. Why is there a metronome outside?
Someone was practicing their singing.
Where are you?
I'm going inside.
What does that even mean?
Are they in trouble or do they
I had
just
a
always
series
sound
of
this
mic
crazy?
malfunctions.
Oh, this is the washroom.
Oh, I'm glad they washed stuff.
Where are you
Yeah.
guys?
We should try to, like, group back.
That's a good question. We went from the left side through the courtyard, and I think we're on the right side now.
So not the basement.
Wait, I thought we were. No, wait, you're
No,
right.
we're not in the basement.
Oh,
We took the stairs
a
up
room.
from the basement and then went through the
this
courtyard.
door.
Oh
No door.
shit!
Yeah.
That's a terrifying door, actually.
Something.
Wait, left?
We went from the basement on the left side. There's stairs. It's like the door right before
Oh.
the fucking.
Hello.
Hey!
Is it now?
Hello. It easily might be. But
Where?
Main?
if you're in the
Have you guys
basement,
found anything?
you take the stairs that are in the second to last door. Why are you saying what then?
Because I'm delusional.
Delulu. Yeah, I don't feel like we've found anything, but then again, all I've had was my flashlight. I have dots on me,
Hey guys.
but you know.
We didn't finish
So, we
the
haven't
one
found anything.
side of the
That's
place too, because we crossed over.
Yeah, my body.
Oh, okay.
I only got spirit box.
I don't know what this is.
Oh, and the crucifix, but crucifix isn't
Wait.
as important.
You've
I have
gotten
the-
spirit box though?
No.
Oh.
I'm trying to talk to
Oh,
him.
you have it. I
No-
gotcha. I
no
thought
temps
you
yet?
got-
Yo, can someone like hit me
Alright.
up? Yo, Thomas Stevens.
At this point, I'm just gonna stick with you guys.
We're sticking with everyone.
Okay, then Mr. Charles.
Hey, yo, bestie.
I'm behind you. I'm falling behind a little.
It's okay. I'll wait for you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, what the? That was weird. It like glitched. Oh well.
Oh well.
Oh wow. Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? Why would
Is that
you
a
do
sponge or is that a potato?
That to me? I don't know. They are far ahead.
Oh. What the fuck? They don't even care about us. We could die and they wouldn't
don't
even
care.
know.
We would die and they wouldn't know.
Oh, did someone turn on a metronome?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey yo. What up? What up? Hey yo. I'm rapping to the metronome. Yo, yo, that's all I know. Cause I'm real bad at rap. Yeah, yeah. Word to your mother.
Are you just turning on all the metronomes? Hey!
This is sensory overload.
Yeah, on a bad day.
Hi, Lori. Back to the bathroom. Bone!
What? The where?
In the bathroom with the broken door.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
We missed that. Wait, which way are you? Oh, this
Oh,
way.
it's that bone.
Yeah, the foot.
Your foot
That's not
been connected
funny.
to the
Bum, bum.
the
Oh, that is. I'm
connected to the
delusional.
Delulu.
Give me the fucking bone. Give me the bone.
I hate storms.
I got it.
Why does the game have storms? Storms are worse than ghosts. Can we just not? Please? Thank you?
This window's broken. Yeah, that goes down to the basement.
I don't know. This place is
So big.
Ah!
sorry.
Burr.
See, I'm not even cold when I
That is a tick. I love making noise. Wait, you play piano, I'll play guitar.
Okay, okay. Guitar solo.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. Dude, put us on America's Got Talent.
Honestly, they should.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll wake up the ghost. Maybe that's why we haven't found it, because we've been so freaking loud.
True.
If we shut up, maybe the ghost will.
The ghost has been whispering to us this entire time and none of us have just fucking listened.
Right? 3, 2, 1, mom.
3. No one clicked that, right?
Huh?
No one clicked that, right?
Oh no, I clicked it that time.
Oh, okay.
I absolutely clicked it.
I thought everybody walked away from it and then it started. I was like, what the fuck?
Did we
Sure.
lose? Oh,
I
okay.
mean, this is where we were before, but neither of us had the temp readers, so.
I have a temp reader now.
Yeah.
And I have an EMF.
Whoa!
Oh, yo.
Hey, yo!
What's there? The morgue?
Yeah, this is the morgue.
Oh,
Fucking stinky inky.
Hello?
That sounded like something straight from fucking Five Nights at Freddy's. The fucking phone
I
call.
don't think we should break the mirror.
Hello? 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 Who's doing what?
I don't know. I heard something over the walkie-talkie.
I will not be.
Every time I hear something over the walkie-talkie, it's you.
Yeah, I heard it this time.
Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, that was you turning on and off the thing.
Yeah. Get back over here.
No?
That's not God. Okay.
Oh, it's the torture room.
I love torture.
Oh, my favorite location.
Best of the best.
Taking so freaking long. Dude, it's so confused. I liked it better when they closed off stuff.
Yeah. This gives us so much more space to look around, but there's no, like, obvious clues.
There's a bunch of rolls of toilet paper everywhere that I don't remember being here last time.
Balls! 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 Penis!
Are you okay?
What is that?
Yeah, it told us to start swearing.
Oh. Why?
To piss the ghost off.
I don't think that'll piss the ghost off. Are you holding a roll of toilet paper?
I was low-key swearing. I started saying penis and balls, and it started going cray-cray. It's in the car.
Sponge.
Sorry. I started running.
Oh, here's the padded room. Oh, it's so much nicer in here. Huh?
Not gonna lie. I don't think there's a ghost this time.
No. They lured us here just so that we could look forever.
And then we
Is
go
it?
insane and become the ghost ourselves.
I will say the audio in here is really nice. It's better than the echoey hallway.
So true. Oh my god, wait, yeah, no, it's literally...
Right?
Just look directly up.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Hey, good looking. That's it.
Guys, fun fact, I hate this.
Hey guys, where did you go?
Further down the hallway.
Phasmophobia does a really good
Hello.
fucking...
Have you ever considered that the ghost is just the friends you made along the way?
Oh, wait, shit, did we go on this side?
No.
I thought that... Oh my gosh, guys! That was your job. You just said that they're right.
What the fuck?
The basement.
What? It's a clean padded room!
Aw, I'm so glad.
Oh my god, the ceiling thingy isn't broken.
Yeah.
Hey, why do you sound so far away?
That's how you sound this entire time for me. It's so
Wait, really?
shitty. Yeah.
This whole time, that's so weird. Cause you sound fine to me, but
I just heard like a scream.
that's not.
Whoa!
Blood all over the place here. Oh my god!
Oh.
Oh my god! Guys,
What?
guys, come look at this room.
Holy shit!
Right?
Oh, it squelches!
Oh,
It squelches!
Not like the squelches. No.
Anyone in the blood room?
That is gross.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Do you think this dirty water in this tub counts?
Do not try it because I
I mean, I could take a picture of it and see.
Yeah, take a picture.
I only have one picture left though, but it doesn't matter. We already got the bones and stuff.
Yeah. I think the only thing that we could potentially get cash from as a picture would be like the ghost, other than the bones and the dirty water. And I doubt we're gonna get a photo of the ghost. Another one of these rooms. Slightly less blood. Very nice.
Slightly.
Yeah, slightly. Not as much blood on the actual device. Oh, this one's even less! Oh, this is cool. I like this. Is the next one gonna be completely clean? Oh, no, it's a different room. That's upsetting!
Okay. It is a different room, but it is clean.
Yeah. Oh my god! There's just a bunch of teeth.
Oh, wow. Those are teeth.
What the fuck?
Can we take a photo of this and get money?
We don't have any more photos.
Was that anyone else?
I found another stairwell.
Oh yeah, this goes up to the right side.
I thought we were on the
No, we went down into the basement again.
I hear weird stuff. Where is Ace? Is Ace dead, guys? I'm gonna go back to the van and see.
Please do not touch the mirror. I will cry on command.
I'm gonna try the. Oh, what the fuck? We barely investigated. Don't mind me breathing.
I won't.
Thank God.
Oh, this one's open a little bit. This might be it.
Well, she's not cold.
Hmm. Did you hear that? The scraping?
Yeah. I don't like the energy of the studio, to be fair.
Mm-mm. I'm assuming you guys checked that one. Oh yeah, you guys really didn't get far. Holy shit.
No, we just.
You checked one room and then went back.
You said you found.
Ah! Well, this is the room.
Yup.
Fucking shit. I saw the man. He's huge.
No longer comfortable with the energy.
Wait, where'd Levi go?
Went to 8. I think.
Okay, okay. Do we want to go back to them and just remember that room? Regroup quick?
Yeah, it's, first room.
Yeah.
On the right.
Yep.
Okay, 8 did not touch the
Why is there just a glow stick in the doorway?
Why can't I hear you?
Hi
Oh, wait, no,
guys.
it's you. Hey, we witnessed a ghost event, and we didn't know
What?
it. Look, it's checked off.
No, we did. We did.
You
Cause
jumped
I
it.
just saw the ghost in my face in a room.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah.
Nothing.
I
He just
saw-
appeared, turned off the lights, like had them flickering, and then disappeared.
Wait. Hey, can you hear me?
I'm having a weird issue with like the and like being
Okay.
able to hear and not able to hear.
Yeah, I noticed that. I wasn't sure.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
it's
I
a
didn't put the
problem. I
book
don't know
down. I'll
what's
put the
happening.
book down in there.
I don't know. August said that their audio is being weird too, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Wanna go sprint? Put the book down? Maybe.
Well, we have to put the book down. We have to put dots in the camera.
Break the mirror. See what happens. Do it.
Yeah.
Don't!
You know,
You're gonna
I'll
die!
keep the, I'll
That's
keep
fine.
the camera on you.
Okay.
Bring the smudge.
Finn, are you coming with me?
He already left.
Finn, are you coming with me?
Yeah, but not right now because
'Cause why? The silence while we all wait for 8's death is amazing.
did he drop it? No.
Or what is happening?
Did you not drop it?
Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Not safe.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Eight might die here.
Guys, can someone come and open the door?
Open the door or I'm gonna monitor your window, you no more.
No, it's locked.
Nope.
Yeah, it's locked.
Don't die.
He can't leave the area he's in, I think.
Wow.
Congrats. No.
I'm gonna go put the book
I thought that was
down.
gonna be a death-
Did
I
you
thought that was gonna
sludge?
be a death mission.
No.
So on the ground.
Yes.
Oh guys, we found the room by the way.
Wait, which one is it?
This way.
It's on the right.
Yeah, so,
Wait, why does this look different? Did we do it through here?
What's up, bestie?
that's weird.
Let us in! Oh, nope, nope, nope.
Fuck off. Fuck off, mate.
I heard it, I heard it.
Oh,
Who's dead?
it's Finn.
Aw, man. Well, I'll take his stuff.
As soon as I open the door, oh my god. This guy is vicious. Holy shit. Hi, Finn.
Hi.
He is vicious. As soon as I opened that door, he was like, no.
I think he's a chaser. Because he's persistent.
We didn't even get to get any evidence yet. Shit.
No!
And I don't know that we will because both of us saw the room. Do they even know what
Yeah.
room it is?
No.
Oh, jeez. I wonder if we can lead them this way, if they'll
He's
come in here.
fast as hell.
Is he really? I think there's specific ones that are really fast, so that might say a lot.
Or maybe it just attacks in general with violence and without
Maybe.
hesitation. If that's the case, then it is a
Ooh.
revenant.
Jinn is a territorial ghost that will attack when threatened. It has also been known to be able to travel at significant speed.
But they travel faster when their victim is far away.
Yeah.
And it's able to be a person in the dark.
Yeah.
Revenant makes more sense.
Their speed can be deceiving as they are slow while dormant, however, as soon as they hunt, they can move incredibly fast. Hiding from the Revenant will cause it to move very slowly. We can't really tell that one for sure. We didn't have any freezing temps in that room, though, did we?
No. Ooh, maybe. I don't know. I never fully got in there.
Oh yeah, you were just like peeking in the door. I remember now.
Yeah, but it
Oh
didn't
shit! Hear him?
until, like,
Doors, and he's even with me.
Oh, there he is. See him?
oh.
Wait, he walked through the salt.
Does he have foot?
Does he?
No.
Fuck.
He has no feet.
Wait, there was one that doesn't touch the ground. The Wraith.
Yeah, but does he make footsteps?
Wraith almost never touch the ground, meaning it can't be tracked by footsteps. Oh, but it says they're afraid of salt and will actively avoid it. He walked right through it. He also wasn't going through walls like the Wraith does.
Well, he went through a door. Just
Yeah,
out
he-
of nowhere, but that's just
Yeah.
a door.
What?
There's like no evidence. Do you guys have evidence?
No.
Dude, it's got nothing except for that it's like it's super aggressive.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even get to the door this time, and it. Let me see. Let's see.
I'm gonna find something to throw. We probably lost a lot of shit too, now that I think about it, because so many people died.
I have an item.
Okay, I have a book. I'm gonna throw it.
Phantom.
Why are you? Oh, everyone's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, stop.
Okay,
Hi,
okay.
yes.
I stopped.
Turn to the right if you're Levi. My right.
No,
No.
that's not
Turn
me.
to my right
Silly.
if you're August. Thank you, August. Hi. Thanks. So, my right is gonna be yeses.
Okay, okay,
My left is gonna be no's.
okay, okay.
Do you have a theory on what it is?
Yeah, it's gotta be a Revenant.
Yes.
There's no way.
Okay. So, do you want to tell me which ones to, like, cross off? So, EMF level 5, check?
Maybe.
I'm gonna throw it in the middle.
No clue. Okay, cool. Fingerprints, check?
I think it might be a
No.
demon or a Revenant.
No fingerprints.
No fingerprints?
No fingies.
Yes, there is fingerprints for right.
Ghost or
Okay,
no
fingerprints,
freezing
okay.
temps. Whereas a demon.
I love that we're both using
I don't
books.
think we ever got anything on ghost writing.
Fingerprints, ghost
correct?
writing. No, I don't think we even tried for it, right?
What do I say for that? No? Yes? Yes.
Correct. Okay, cool.
Okay,
How
there we go.
about freezing temperatures? Yes or no? Yes for freezing?
I'm saying yes because it got like
Dots
to 1
projector or
when I
anything?
was briefly in there.
I
Dots.
don't think we never used the dots projector.
Our books.
How about? I don't think we had any ghost orbs.
Hold on. To push him towards the
Did
Revenant.
we?
Okay.
Yeah, Revenant or
to push
demon?
him towards.
No
wait,
ghost orbs.
wait. Hold on.
And I
Demon.
don't know if we had anything on spirit box. Okay.
Both Revenant
So I'm gonna go
and
through our
demon.
options.
Okay,
Shade?
okay. We're just gonna be,
Yes or no?
Shade.
No for shade.
What do you think? No?
No, because it stops all paranormal activity
for
once
shade.
people are by.
I'll throw, you try to keep up with him.
Okay.
Oni?
Okay. Onis love to scare their victims as much as possible for attacking. They're often seen in their physical form, guarding their place of death.
You can go with.
Yes.
Is that a yes or a no?
Oni,
Oh, it's a
maybe?
yes?
Okay.
You think it's Oni?
Yeah, because it has EMF level 5 and not checked.
Okay. Let me look at what Oni is so I can make sure. Scare their victims, singing their physical, guarding their place of death. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. That sounds good.
Okay.
Good enough.
Good
I'm gonna
enough.
Put this item away. Nope. I want to put you away. Okay. All right. We ready?
Yeah,
Yup.
dots.
I'm gonna take that as a yes. If you're not in the van, you're staying.
Dude, this was tough.
That was really tough. He was vicious. He was mean. I painted my nails and then almost immediately ripped off all the nail polish. But now I've got little flecks of nail polish all over my hands and I hate it. It's like the same thing as the reason why I dislike glitter. Because the little pieces stick to you. So same issue.
Welcome back.
Irregular.
That was not a phantom. That was so stupid. It definitely, like, our sanity dropped, I feel like, but
Yeah.
but still.
Yeah.
No, not.
Oni also drops your sanity faster.
Yeah.
Exactly. I definitely thought it was like an Oni or a demon or a revenant or something like really aggressive. Cause like 3 in a row trying to get to the area died. That just seems so aggressive.
Seems a bit much, innit?
Just a little bit
My thoughts are
much.
221.
Too much. Don't need to be that damn dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
My funds are 69.
Nice. Yeah. Alright. What did we lose all of our head cams?
Mine's at 411, boys!
Alright, I just added 2. So.
Dude, I found way too much pleasure in all of us communicating via books.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that way too much.
Alright, we've got head mounted cameras.
We have 3. No, we have 4 now. What?
Yeah,
Yay.
I bought some.
Oh.
How to get red?
Anything we need?
I'll buy one.
We need parabolic mic.
Okay. I got it.
I also selected 10 Ridgeview Court for this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just 'cause I don't want to go back to the asylum.
lighter.
I
I'm
just
tired
want
of
a
the asylum.
house. I just want a house.
Yeah, let's go to the house.
Me when I'm a part of the
Yeah.
housing market.
Oh, sanity
So
pills.
Aww.
I got-
Thermometer. Do
I
not
got our
have
sanity
this?
pills.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah.
Phone just dropped.
What?
What? New bone just dropped. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Talking about.
Yeah!
That's
Any
what I'm
boners
waiting
in
for.
chat?
It's the foot.
What? Hold on a second here. What? Alright.
I said what I said.
I added a thermometer. We need a tripod. Do we have the camera?
Oh,
We have the video camera.
Let's add a tripod.
I'm gonna grab
got it.
smudge stick if I can.
So true.
Yes, I can.
Balls.
Luigi board.
Wiggy board,
Keyboard.
A Luigi board.
salt.
A Ouija board? A Ouija
wing.
board?
Which one's the motion sensor? This one?
Yo, mama.
Yes, it is.
It's
Okay,
the-
cool. I got it.
Yeah, it's the one that you would think is dots, but it's not,
Yeah,
which is dumb.
that is
It
dumb.
looks like it should be dots.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Promotion. I'm ready. Promotion.
So many good bones.
What do you mean?
Hey, it's the dirty tub pick.
I know what you are. You're a fucking streamer.
I'm out of breath.
What?
I'm a gamer. Fuck!
Bruh. Bruh. What are you laughing at?
I threw a hacky sack and it bounced off the ball in Finn's hand.
Bounced off my walls.
Bounced on my balls.
Bounce off your what now?
My balls.
Walls.
I hate this game. Who the frick isn't ready?
Might be me.
Oh, mama.
Me too.
Bestie.
I would love to. Besties who poop together stay together.
So true.
Probably.
Oh my god, wait, can I tell you a really funny story?
Yeah, tell me.
Okay, so this weekend at the convention, I had a poop, right? As
Uh-huh.
one does.
Right.
So I went to poop, but I ran out of toilet paper. And it was- obviously, we were in a hotel room, so I'm like, guys, I ran out of toilet paper. So one of my friends, Joan, goes down to try to get us toilet paper, or
Mhm.
like calls to get toilet paper, whatever. And so I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, guys, I didn't bring my phone. I'm bored. And they're ignoring me because they're mean. And then finally, my one friend Bunny comes in. She's like, I got you. And so she sits across from me and starts throwing animal crackers at me. And trying to get them in my mouth. And I'm like, that's great, but I just wanted my phone. So our bathroom floor was covered in animal crackers. Yeah, and she was really mean about it. She like hit me in the face with them.
Whoa. Well, she was aiming for your mouth.
Well, yeah, but it was aggressive. Are you ready?
Yeah. 10 Ridgeview Court. This building is a real history of death. Who sold the building to claim its next victims? Use your equipment to locate the ghost and find evidence. Thank you for the tip. I never would have guessed, even though that's literally the purpose of the game. Give me tips that are good. God damn it.
Guys, I'm so pissed at this the packaging of this lollipop that I'm literally gonna use a knife.
Oh my god. I'm gonna get the camera, guys. I'm gonna get a picture of the ghost.
I got to put up.
die?
I got the thermometer.
I have nice.
Now, if I die, you have to pick up the camera so we have the evidence.
True.
Okay.
True.
Oh,
So we have the evidence, and so that the vlog doesn't stop.
Guys,
Huh?
Yeah, what's up, bestie?
guys,
What?
I don't have a flashlight.
Why
I'll
the
use
frick
the
not?
old
only
shitty
three.
one.
Yeah, use the old one.
Why did we only buy 3? Who did that?
Accident.
Wow. Who's missing their head-mounted camera? Get your head-mounted camera on. Oh, it's snowing.
Oh wait, you have one. I lied.
Hi, Demon Fox.
Hey, you're missing your head-mounted camera.
No, Augie,
In
you
the
are.
head.
No, I'm not.
No, you are.
No, I put it on.
Wait,
Guys.
do I have mine, guys?
Yeah, you have yours.
Oh, then it's yours. Bestie.
Brandy, shut the fuck up.
Ha. Yeah, I just put it on.
Oh my god, guys, there's a hand.
Oh, hand.
Already. Very nice, very nice.
New bone just dropped.
Hey. Oh my god, this is the house where the Herald lore started.
Oh god, not Harold.
Rem-
Ellen Robinson.
Remember that, Finn? And I'm so sorry. Stop saying your fucking name. We're all in the house. We're gonna die. This isn't like the asylum. You can't do the same shit.
Appreciated via spirit box at the moment.
Air?
Also
Air?
room.
Air?
A knife.
Hey, yo, they got a minivan.
Maybe not use the knife. It's really threatening. So I would prefer if we just like kept that out of the picture. picture.
Yeah, like maybe a
that sound-
fork or something instead would be fine.
Yeah, the knife is just a bit scary.
There's a ball. Ellen's playing with a ball upstairs.
Oh, hey, bestie.
Hi, bestie. Oh, whoa.
There's a ball on the floor.
Yeah.
What's that?
I don't know. Oh, we're kind of close to freezing temps. 40.
Ellen, are you a baller?
Oh, a baller.
Holy shit, these people have 2 cars!
Oh,
What the
hello? Who is it? Oh, here's the phone.
frick? Someone's playing the piano downstairs.
Ellen. Do you wanna maybe
Ellen.
hi throw that ball down the stairs or something? Yeah, if you really feel like it. You can make like a
Bestie.
funny breath.
It's
Baby girl.
it's very close to freezing in here. Oh, there it is, 32.5.
Woohoo!
It might be freezing.
Alright.
I think it's a tentative freezing.
Tentative freezing, okay.
Oh, no, it's not. It's in the negatives.
Freezing?
Is it? Mine's
-4,
mine's at 32.3. Okay. Freezing.
-5, -6.
Where are you, though?
In the yeah, in one of the
Gonna
bedrooms.
presume that.
Oh, there it is. There's my breath. Okay.
Oh, there's my
Did she say something?
Yeah, she's talking to me through the spirit
Oh,
box.
perfect. I got the hearing helper.
Okay, so freezing temps, spirit box.
Are you okay? Can we help you?
She
Are
likes
you okay
this
with
closet.
us being here?
Wait, so we did
Oh,
you
the
say we have
armoire?
spirit box and freezing temps?
Yeah.
Oh god, I heard
Cold?
something.
Are you cold?
No wonder you're fucking cold. It's snowing.
True.
Does anyone have the book?
Yeah, it's downstairs.
Okay.
Frank?
Who the fuck is Frank?
It's Frank, your husband.
Your lover? Where's the book downstairs?
I can't tell if it's cold or old.
Oh, found it.
Kitchen table, I think.
Thank you.
Could you also turn on the breaker?
Yeah, I got it.
Thanks, girlie.
Of course. There it is. Lights should be on now.
Thanks, girlie. Thanks, girlie pop. Slay.
Of course.
We just want to confirm you're here. We don't have any harm. We're not doing anything mean or malicious. We're just
not
here.
meanies.
We're just here to
hang.
see some ghosts, have a good time. We're not mean. If you're able to
Oh,
write in the
she
ghost
said
book,
something
that would be
else.
great.
I couldn't hear it though.
What's the EMF
Oh,
at?
Did you move a cup,
2.
Ellen?
Damn.
Yeah, she did that earlier, I think. I saw it. Or I didn't
Huh.
see it happen, but I saw that move.
Yeah.
Bark, bark.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ellen, is this the only room you can go in?
Ellen, why are you in a little boy's room?
Ellen, maybe this is her room. Don't judge her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry, Ellen. I'm sorry.
Maybe she just really likes cars
True that. I do. It's the
and
autism.
bears.
Are you cold, Ellen?
I'm gonna grab the dots projector. I'm not gonna grab the camera, just because everyone's in there and the light's on and everything, but I'll grab the dots at least, so that they can go off if there's something. There we go. I'm gonna put this back, because I'm assuming we would have seen something. Ghost hunting. I think this is the dots, maybe, yeah. Bring that. What else? What did we need to get? Capture a photo of the ghost, get a ghost to blow out the candle. We have candles and we have lighters, but... I can see you guys through the window from outside. Hi! That's so funny. I love everything about that. Oh, I can't see though. There we go.
Yeah, sounds like a man, but you know, it's okay.
Hey,
I just, you know.
I got the dots projector.
be polite.
You're right, you're right.
Okay.
Maybe Ellen's post-transition, or pre-transition. I didn't know you could put dots on the wall.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen likes people who are alone, by the way.
Do we want to grab the camera, put it in here, and then have
Okay,
someone
bye.
alone?
Yeah.
Okay.
We could also just like.
Well, that way we have like
Wait,
something to do
why
while
don't
we're
you guys stay
gone.
in there? Why don't you stay in there? Why don't
No.
you stay in there?
Okay.
Well, we don't want them to like die before we get the camera in there.
Oh,
Well,
then I'll go
true.
with you.
Yeah, we can grab the camera stuff and they'll stay.
Alright, let's grab the camera stuff.
Let's start vlogging. Look at this though. If you look up there, you can see them. You can see the like light on.
Oh my gosh, wait. We'll see if they die. That's fine.
Oh, true.
Don't die,
We'll see
guys.
them start choking.
Don't die.
All right, I got the
Alright.
camera.
I'll keep this camera on me as well, and then I'll take the tripod.
Okay.
Or if I can.
You have
figure
to have
out
a
how to-
free hand.
There we
Yeah,
go.
there you go.
I did have it. I just it was being a little weird.
Yeah. All right, vlog starts now.
What is up, my crinky?
You dropped the tripod.
Are you shitting me? How did I do that?
There we go.
Oh, I see. I understand now.
What were you cycling to another thing in your hand?
Yeah, I didn't know you couldn't cycle when you had it.
Yeah. It acts like you're actually holding it and drops it, which is kind of smart.
Hey guys,
Do you
can
want
let
us
me
to
in?
leave?
Thanks.
Oh yeah.
Where should I put this?
Uh,
Corner?
yeah. Yeah, that works. That covers the room.
Mhm.
There we go. All right. Everybody get out of here. Lights off. Let's go. Bye-bye. Have fun.
Ellen. Bye. Hi, Miss Ellen.
The frick turned on the radio.
I have a few
Where even is the radio?
There's a alarm in there. Alarm
Oh.
that has a radio on it.
Okay. I was thinking like radio.
Yeah, radio. I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, this is like good stuff. What's
Yeah.
this weird about? So it's gonna know. Well,
What do you mean it's 4 Celsius outside? It's fucking snowing.
ooh, freezing temps.
Wow.
We already had that though. Wow. Thrilling. I wish you could buy more TVs so you could look at 2 cameras at once.
Whoa.
Oh, shoot. Oh god. Wait, I want to watch the window and see if he dies.
Yeah, you do that. Let me turn off my light.
Oh, I can't really see from here.
Aw. Oh, it's because he's in the corner, probably.
Guys, can you come back? Yeah, and the lights are out, so it's hard to see. Like,
Why?
why what?
He wanted us to go back.
Oh.
We
Alright.
can technically have more cameras up there than just this one and switch through them, but we don't have enough.
Oh. True. I didn't think about that.
I do wish there was like a multi-screen thing though, so you could see several at once.
We gotta capture the ghost on camera, a photo specifically, and then we
Yeah.
have to do a candle.
Get a ghost to blow out a candle. So if
Do
we
you wanna
put
go
a...
back up there with a candle, and I'll go with the photo, the camera.
Yeah.
See what we can do.
I'll
What?
grab a lighter. I'll grab the lighter.
Okay. Well, I think we can put down the candle and light it.
Oh,
yeah,
true.
but I have the lighter.
Okay. I mean, if you want the lighter, you can have the lighter.
Does it say we have to capture it too? Like,
Not capture it, just capture the photo.
What is your age?
Hi, buddy. We come
Hi.
bearing more gifts.
we're here
Thanks.
to take some pictures.
I put the
She
candle down.
appeared.
There you go.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, I saw her.
She
Oh,
pretty?
shit.
Yeah, she's lovely.
Okay.
Alright.
That must have been when we
She's
saw
very
the camera
scary.
go weird. So I'm gonna try
Yeah,
to
had to be.
cover.
It didn't trigger the dots though when it appeared.
Okay,
Yeah.
so probably no dots, maybe.
And I don't think I saw any orbs, but that easily could have just been because the camera glitched.
Okay, so there's only like 3 options, or 4 options from that.
Spirit box freezing time, so that's twins, mimic, and Moroi.
Yeah?
What?
What's going on?
EMF 5?
Look here.
What?
Oh,
Oh, what the fuck?
my ghost book.
They threw the book in the window!
Book.
Aw, man.
Ma'am, I fixed that book.
Oh, did you guys? No one turned that on this time.
No.
Girly.
Shit, I put the fucking light back. I'm gonna go grab the UV flashlight.
Don't like the radio. Don't like the radio. Please respect that I
Did
don't
you
like
burp,
the
or
radio.
was that the ghost?
I burped.
Please respect that I don't like the radio.
I don't know if you heard me, but that was me. I burped.
Good job, Beth.
Thank you, bestie. Okay, let me grab that. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have any more sightings as long as everyone's in there. Oh shit, EMF 5? It's the twins. Let me put this back then. Oh, it's fucking... If you leave it on and you put it back, it stays on. That's amazing. I love some of the little things about the game. We got the ghost to blow out the candle.
I got a picture of it.
It doesn't say that it's checked off,
Well, it doesn't.
the photo. Oh shit.
I think.
Yep. Level 10.
I left.
Yeah. That's why Levi's getting hunted.
Yeah.
That's why Levi's dead.
I mean,
Levi's not
yet.
dead. Levi's not dead.
Levi is dead. No, look at the camera right now and tell me Levi is not dead.
I think Levi might be dead. I think Levi might be dead.
Fuck. All right. Well, we know what it we know what it is. We got remains. We got at least one of the objectives. Do we want to go or do we want to try to get a photo?
I'd rather die, but we could. There's a mirror on the main floor that kind of looks like the ghost mirror.
Ooh.
But you know.
What does
we
that
could
do
just
when you
leave.
break it?
It hunts.
It immediately starts a hunt.
Oh shit. So
Well,
we do
also-
that. Maybe attempt to try to get a photo.
Well, there's options with it. It can either show you where the ghost is residing,
Mm-hmm.
or it can start a hunt if it breaks.
So it's like a 50-50 chance, or is there something that chooses?
No, if you break it, it starts a hunt. But
Okay.
you can
Yeah.
also just not break it.
Yeah.
So do we want to break it and try to get a photo? If it is the mirror?
We'll have to run upstairs and grab the camera off Levi's body.
That's fine. It shouldn't hunt as long as several of us are in there. Because it started hunting as
That's
soon as all of us left.
Yeah, that's. I'm gonna grab my flashlight.
Okay. Let me grab the camera. Do you want
We need to get the mirror.
I know. I have to get the camera though.
It's on the main floor.
Yeah, but the camera's on the second floor.
Yeah, we gotta get the camera. There it is. Camera. Got it.
There's Levi's body. Hi, ma'am. We're not hurt.
Come on, yeah. Sure.
Oh shit.
Ma'am.
Hey. Oh, thank God. All right, let's
Did
grab.
you guys leave me in here alone?
No, we hid in the kitchen.
It's broken. She's upstairs. She's coming.
Fuck, I don't think I got a photo. Shit. Fuck, I don't think I got a photo because she flickered out when I clicked it. Fuck, bro.
The door's not opening.
Yeah, it is.
Levi, where are you, bestie?
That's scary.
Bestie!
So no photo, but we
Fuck.
did get sanity down. At
Oh,
least.
that's good. That's good. I fucking clicked it, but she flickered out right when I
No,
clicked it. That's so
God.
upsetting.
Yeah.
No, but
That
we
is-
have an
that
average
sucks.
sanity of below 25%. Let's go.
Woohoo!
Let's leave.
Woo!
Yeah.
Fine by me. 2 out of 3. I'm okay with
I
that.
didn't realize it was
happy with what we
average. I
have.
thought it was just.
Yeah, as average. That's why 2 of them had to go last time we tried to get the sanity.
I do now.
No, I'm good.
Do. A part of me wants to run in and try and grab our items, but a part of me doesn't.
Honestly, I would. Well, you can't hear me, but I would do it. I don't think it's that aggressive.
Yeah. It just got pissed because we broke the mirror. Other than that, it hasn't really
Especially
like.
if they both go.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, we won't have to buy anything, but on the other hand, that's scary.
Yeah, we're all
Do it.
fucking broke.
Yeah.
Please go get our stuff.
Do it. Do it. Oh my gosh.
I don't have items to throw. Hold on, let me go grab something.
I also think she's aggressive now, so I think we should just head out.
No!
Okay, bye, guys.
Oh yeah.
Everyone,
No! I wasn't in the van! No! Don't leave me! I was right here! No! They left me behind, those motherfuckers. Oh. I'm sad.
Welcome back.
I had a daily quest of reaching 0 sanity.
You guys left me behind.
Wait, where's your daily quest? How do you know what those are?
I don't know.
We got a photo of a boat.
Yeah.
Got a bone, daddy.
Oh, that's so upsetting. I ran inside to try to grab something so that we could throw it at you, and you guys immediately left.
Yeah, I just heard the the distant screams of August.
I was very sad.
do you guys want to do Ridgeview again, Edgefield, or Tanglewood?
I don't want to do Tanglewood for a long time. Last time I played this the other day, we did Tanglewood after Tanglewood, and it was so rough.
Do you want to do?
So, edging?
Edgefield.
Yeah, let's do it.
Edging. Let's do
Yep,
edging. Okay, what do we need?
Everyone's on the same
All right,
page.
so. I have nothing to contribute.
Let me s
I can get.
I feel like we're not really using the head-mounted cameras. Do we not want to get those?
I
I
watch
don't.
them
Unless
for the
we-
kicks and
unless we,
giggles,
like,
shits and giggles.
Have them
Um,
already?
I bought 2 already, so. Oops.
Yeah, if we have them already, that's fine.
Yep.
Um,
But, yeah, just don't buy anymore.
yeah, let me get some sanity pills for us.
Who am I echoing off of? Or is you echoing off of me?
It might be me because the head was right next to my microphone.
It was.
Yeah, it is better now.
Yeah,
I know what you
Mobby.
are. I know what you
Okay.
are.
We need
Who's talking?
candle. 8, do you still have a crucifix or did we lose that?
I don't know.
Looks like my crucifix is gone.
Damn. Alright. I'll buy one.
Thanks.
Of course. Motion sensor.
You know, this isn't as awful of an experience as it was watching it last time.
Oh fuck, actually, do we have anything more important? Probably the lighter, maybe the smudge stick. Okay, I got everything but the motion sensor, because motion sensor on its own is $100, and I
Yeah, it's
did not have that.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, why do you sound far away? It's because you're up there playing basketball. Ice build. No. The shirt stains so easily too, that's upsetting.
Besties!
Hello.
Parabolic microphone.
Fuck.
Smudge.
Guys, I think we forgot to buy a few things.
We are missing so many things.
Welp. This'll be fun.
We'll redo this map afterwards.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna die.
I think we should just wing it. Let's do it.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
Someone get the parabolic mic.
I have EMF
Someone-
and UV.
I have it.
Okay.
take
Smudge. Do
Jesus.
we have smudge?
I bought smudge, yes.
Yeah. Here we
Okay,
go.
After this round, just make sure
Kevin
to bring your
Douglas.
things back.
Yeah.
This is a nice house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so dark. I am so scared. I am so scared. I wish my camera had a flash mode so I could just use that as a flashlight. That'd be nice. Me either.
What'd they say?
That they can't see.
Oh. I think I'm the only one with a flashlight.
Bestie, guide us.
Okay.
At least to all the light switches.
Bone! Do you have the camera again?
Oh god.
Ooh.
Turned off the lights. I have the
ghost.
camera.
I think the more lights we turn on, the higher chance it is that the ghost turns them all off.
I'm no longer
Yeah.
comfortable with the energy of this ghost.
Are you good?
I heard him in my ears.
Kevin, Kevin, can't you be nice to us? We're poor and we didn't buy flashlights.
Oh, there's the bone. Did we get a photo of it?
Yeah, I got the photo already.
Okay.
If you're here,
We have to make sure to
I have
pick
two
it up after we get a
questions.
photo.
For one,
Oh,
Otherwise, it doesn't count.
I can't
What
see
was that?
just to confirm, if
Two.
you can use the spirit box, what is your name?
Wait, someone shine the light on the bone. I gotta see where it is.
I got it already.
Oh, you got. Oh, okay. Sorry. I can't see. I can't see.
Confirm if you can and cannot use the spirit box, what is your name?
Guys, I'm gonna go turn on.
Ooh, it's playing music.
Hunt.
Did someone just die already?
No.
I'm fully alive, don't worry.
Wait, is the hunt over?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
I heard it like singing. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
It was like doo doo.
Brandy, shut the fuck up.
August, you have to turn on the light because I have no sense of direction.
This is such a fun game, guys.
Okay. I think the highest EMF I got was 4 when it was hunting. Is it down here? I didn't see it, but I don't know for sure. Is anyone in the van?
We're all in the van.
Can you tell me where the breaker is? Should show it on the map. I don't think it's down here.
It's in the garage.
Thank you. Okay, I just have to find the garage. It's back here, right? There it is. Got the breaker, all good. Did you all just go outside because the lights were off?
I'm blind without the lights.
Do we have an idea of what room it might be so I can put the vision?
Hi. Hello, Mr. Hi. I forgot his name. That's it.
Douglas.
Hi,
Kevin
Kevin.
Douglas.
I feel like it says something since it started hunting while we were up here, but
It's singing again. I hear it.
it's in here. It's in here.
In the where? In the
In
where?
here.
In this room.
4. Oh, 5.
Okay, I'm gonna put the notebook down.
Yeah, dots.
Kevin
Dotsy,
Douglas.
dotsy, dots.
Okay, so we have EMF level 5.
Yep.
Sexy.
Ooh la la.
Keeps fucking.
Whoa.
No, he does not. I don't think he likes the spirit box.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't use it.
No, not even that. I think he hates the noise of it.
Aw, you're in the closet again.
Relate.
I am.
Get out.
Is this the room we think he's in?
Can't tell me
Yeah,
what
I
to
saw him
do.
in here. And this is where I got EMF level 5.
That's me,
I
by
like that
the way.
noise. I don't
it.
like you farting with the radio. Wait, look, he's a gamer.
Yeah.
What? I didn't know you could turn on the
Whoa!
Yeah.
I
Sorry,
love
like
everything about that.
Guys,
I love
no
the
one
clicking.
Please, my eyeballs.
Close your eyes. I want to hear the clicky clacks.
Okay.
Okay, you're good. Whoa.
Jeffrey Bezos.
Okay,
I mean,
here's
sorry.
what-
Fingerprints!
Kevin Douglas. Wait.
He's got the thing. He's got his fingies.
I don't see
Yeah.
him. Do it again. Do it again. I don't see it.
You're standing in front of the light.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
You have to like move it around a bit more so we can actually see it. Oh, okay.
Wait,
l-
move it.
of the
Move
door.
it again.
Yeah.
Okay, to the left. Go to the left. Take it back now, Leo. Two rights. Two hops this time. Go to the left. To the left. To the left. Oh my god, guys, move your head.
Ooh.
To the left.
Yeah, that's a hand.
To the left.
I'm not doing this anymore.
Looking at his behaviors.
Is he silly?
Is he just a little silly goofy?
It should be Dot's projector and Ghost Orb, and it should be a Banshee.
Because he's singing.
Wait, how would it be 4?
What?
We have EMF 5 and thingies.
Oh yeah,
you
we just got
Yeah.
fingers. I'm dumb.
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Wait,
I didn't
so it
realize.
can't be a banshee then.
Yeah.
So Jin.
It's either Jin, Goryo, Obaki, and Myling.
I've
Myling
crossed off
is-
Spirit Box, Ghost Riding, and Freezing.
Okay.
It's not freezing though. I can't see my breath seas.
Yeah,
Oh, Jesus
they
Christ.
they scratched
What
it
just
off.
happened?
Sorry, my entire microphone fell off.
Okay, so that narrows it down. I'm not gonna
Myling
scratch off
says
Ghost
it's
Riding
very
just yet,
vocal.
but I wanna Myling, Obaki, and
Everyone to be
Goryo.
quiet when hunting.
So if we want Ghost Orbs, is that even a possibility? Is that any of these?
We should try to get ghost writing because the Myling is vocal, is what it says.
Hold on, I'm going to the
Yeah,
thing
but-
because my microphone just fell off and I can't use it.
And
Bye.
Obaki.
Wait, I love this picture of the parakeets. That's so freaking cute.
Obaki is Ghost Orb. Goryo is Dots. And then Myling is Ghost Riding.
So we'll see which one. Oh,
Yeah.
that light was flickering.
Yeah. Let me go. I'm gonna go grab the camera and the tripod. If we have a tripod. If we don't have a tripod, I'll just prop it up. Hello. We don't have a tripod.
I'm fixing my microphone.
Okay. Brandy, shut the fuck up! We don't have a tripod, I'll just have to prop it up.
Pop it on the desk.
Oh.
Fuck, where'd it go? Okay, there it is.
Oh shit. Man's turned out the lights again. I can't see. This is ridiculous.
Try it.
There we go. I get
Where is it?
I get some of them. Actually, here, let me. I'm gonna put it on the floor in this corner because I can't find anywhere else that'll prop up and see a fair amount of the room.
The bed?
I would have to direct it a specific way though. Because if I put it over here near the door, it misses this corner.
Yeah, but that corner is a goddamn desk, so that doesn't matter.
Let me out.
Are you good? Yeah. Okay. We're leaving.
Okay. Now we sit and wait.
Oh damn, Finn, you're at 28 sanity.
8 went to the bathroom, by the way. Don't try to talk to him.
We have everything but smudge.
Oh, we don't have any? Oh, you mean we
No,
didn't?
for the goals, yeah, for the objectives.
Sorry. Sorry. Bestie, what you up to? Wanna show yourself on camera?
Okay, what do we need for the guys? Okay.
Either dots, ghost writing, or ghost orbs.
Mine is writing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be writing.
Oh, bucket is
Because he's a loud one. Likes to sing.
And then, what was the last one? Oreo.
Oreo. I love Oreos.
Dots. Orb.
I gotta go back. Don't let
Okay.
anything fun happen while I'm gone, though.
Okay. I'm gonna go check the book, since we can't see it.
Oh, okay.
Nothing in the book.
Okay, is it safe to, do you think it's safe to say that is no ghostwriting?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, it spiked right before I left. Okay, so it's either dots or ghost orb.
For the raid queen.
Queen! Hi, Queen.
Yeah, queen for the raid. I was taking a bathroom break. Bit of a bathroom break when I wasn't supposed to. I appreciate. I have a really cool duck. These are the reasons you should keep watching stream. I have a really cool duck. And my mic fell off. And then I took a bathroom break.
And also, we're so good at this game.
We
Mm-hmm.
are really good.
Trust.
Okay, what have we and have we not found out?
No ghostwriting.
Yeah.
No ghostwriting. Yep.
We're
Already.
pretty sure, yeah, we're pretty sure it's not ghost writing, so it's either ghost orb or dots, both of which we're staring at the camera for.
Oh, okay.
Alright, did anything happen?
Riveting. We crossed out ghost writing for sure, but other than that, no.
What?
This is some
I
insane
was
gameplay.
sure it would be ghostwriting.
Should I go in and try and make them exist?
Sure,
Yeah.
go for it.
Taunt him.
Go piss him off.
Oh yeah, his activity's at 0 right now, Jesus.
Yeah, because he likes us. He likes
Wait,
people.
hold on. Who has a flashlight? I want to take
Here,
the
yeah,
flashlight.
here, take the flashlight.
Thanks. Goodness.
Wait, guys, we could have just taken glow sticks.
Oh, true, shit. Didn't even think about that.
Silly. In that case, I'm
Oh
going
yeah,
in.
he responds to everyone, so. Yeah, you guys go in, I'll stay here in case of the ghost orbs. I doubt if we haven't gotten ghost orbs yet that we will, but we also haven't really had it hunt. I think we had it hunt like once. So. Who the fuck just moonwalked backward while crouching? Jesus. Oh god. Who's standing on the bed? No little monkeys jumping on the bed. Damn, there's like no spikes in activity. There was like the tiny ones, but what the fuck? Bro, get your ass out of my face. These motherfuckers. Can I turn on the radio in here? No, I can't. That's upsetting. It's interesting that there's these two speakers, but you don't hear anything. Oh. Oh, it's spiking. Oh, it's spiked. If anyone has issues with motion sickness, you might want to look away. Dude, they look fucking terrifying. No wonder the ghost isn't showing up. Oh, Jesus. These motherfuckers putting their asses in my face. Unbelievable. Maybe I should go in there. I don't know. I don't have a light. Everybody okay?
Nope.
Oh, R.I.P. Levi. What's remains?
Get any evidence?
I don't think so. I saw the dots flashing, but I'm assuming that's just because all the lights were flashing.
Want to say fuck it, we ball and go based on vibes?
What are you thinking?
Sure.
Gorio, using a camera is the only way to see it, but we haven't seen it on camera.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was trying to get it to aggro on me.
Right.
Because I was like right next to it. And then our other option is OB.
No, Obake.
Yeah, Obake.
Yeah, OB, same thing.
Oh my god.
They have been seen taking on humanoid shapes to attract their prey. When interacting with the environment, Obaki will rarely leave a trace. So I don't think it's Obaki because I think he was throwing around cups.
Goryo's rarely seen far from their place of death.
Yeah. And I think we only got him upstairs.
Yeah, we only got him upstairs. Okay, Gorio.
Okay.
Okay, put your things back in your places so we don't spend too much.
I don't have anything.
Good.
Hold on.
Oh, we might need to go back in to grab, like, things from...
Oh shit, yeah, we'll have to grab the camera and the dots and any of Levi's stuff.
Just because if we put everything back, it won't cost money for us.
I think as long as it's even in the truck, it's fine. Even if we don't put it up.
Yeah. Okay. Do you wanna grab the... Actually, I think it might be the most pissed off at me because I was talking a lot of shit. So...
Was that you standing in the corner just fucking talking smack?
Yeah.
Who the fuck was it? Was it Finn and Levi sticking their asses in my face?
Yeah.
You pricks.
So if one of you guys wanna go.
Okay. I'll take the flashlight. But that means we'll only have 5 slots between us. Oh, I was just gonna only grab the flashlight, but that works.
Hi, welcome. We're currently doing,
There's a cup. Okay, I got the camera. I got dots.
Be careful. Okay, you're good.
Right now we're just doing close with friends in August's Discord. August is Captain Arby. What's up?
I got the dots in the camera.
Speaking of freaking devil.
Is me? Oh, it's spiking again. Oh no. Finn. I don't hear it locking though. And the door's still open.
Pando just went woohoo playtime. Dog, I don't think this is playtime.
I don't think it's playtime. Did you grab everything else?
Everything that I could, and I don't think the what's it called? The
Oh, Queen's playing with Pando. That's why it's talking.
Everything that I could, which did not include the dots, projector, sad face emoji.
No, I got the dots.
Oh, okay, cool.
Awesome.
So everyone has it selected as Goro?
Yep, yep.
Goyo? Goro? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Goryo,
Okay.
like Froyo.
Ooh.
Okay.
Levi, if you're not in the van, you're getting left behind.
My meds.
My normal pills.
My normal pills. I need to be normal.
Alright, let's see if we can do better this time with more shit. I mean, I'm gonna be pretty happy if we find out we got it. 2 out of 3 isn't really that bad.
Welcome back.
The fucking gin!
Yes.
I knew it!
Jizz.
I knew because I noticed once the lights were off, it just wasn't really.
Weird.
Alright, what next, boys?
I bought 1 strong flashlight, so we have 1 strong flashlight plus the regular flashlight. If anyone else can buy flashlights, great.
Or we want to hang out at Ridgeview?
Ridgeview. It's more open concept and it makes
Yeah.
me feel safer.
Yeah.
I bought another strong flashlight.
Perfect. So that's at least
Wait,
3
I need to
flashlights.
buy flashlight.
Yeah.
Flashlight.
Flashlight.
What?
Okay, we got our flashlights. Good news.
Yeah.
We want
Beautiful.
thermometer.
We have 1 of those, I think.
Guys.
It doesn't say
No.
so on the
No?
board.
Grab it then. Got thermometer.
I'm trying to. It's acting like.
Did you click buy and then add?
Got it.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
there.
It should be there, yeah. Okay.
Guys, I think this might be the humorous. I don't think it was
Huh?
very
That's
funny.
pretty funny.
That's kind of funny.
I think this is the spine, and this is the
I don't know. I think that one might be a
Scapula.
foot.
Scapula.
I think that one might be a foot. I
It's
don't
the
know, though.
humerus.
That's the
That's pretty funny.
foot. Yeah, because isn't the humerus longer than the femur?
Yeah.
And that's not an option on the little plaque.
Aw. I want a femur.
I
I'm
also want a
ready.
femur.
I want a
Hey, you have
You
to
want a
bring that.
fever?
Oh, my
ready
God, I
up,
was yawning.
babe. Come on.
I was yawning.
Not an excuse. Not
What the
an
fuck?
excuse.
Ridgeview! Keep your sanity high by staying in the light. Yeah, staying in the light helps your sanity, but I think the more lights on, the more they want to come out. Come out and play.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Hey, gamers.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Crucifix. Photo.
I have EMF and flash and the UV.
Must be the reason.
Let me at it.
The crucifix.
Take a look. You may
Everyone can
use
it.
to your advantage.
I'll steal the.
The fuck you say?
My ghost book. I love the ghost book. It's like honestly one of
Oh
my
fuck, we
favorites.
didn't get a tripod, that's fine.
The photo cameras become my thing, apparently. I just
Yeah.
I love
The
that.
UV flashlights become my thing, apparently.
I love the temperature.
Prevent the ghost from hunting using a cruci.
Kurusi.
One of the Carusies. I think if I made a Phasmophobia character, I think they would have a crucifix necklace, because I think that would be funny.
That would be funny.
Imagine we all make
such a-
Phasmophobia OCs. That'd be
Wait,
so
can we
silly.
please?
Let's
Made
do
a
it.
Phasmophobia OCs and then turned it into a D&D campaign.
Get out of my face, Finn.
Stop it.
No,
I
we're just ghost hunting the whole time.
love
Not
making
even a real D&D
OCs.
campaign. We're just ghost hunting, but like with D&D aspects. You found the ghost.
Scooby-Doo gang.
Roll for
Oh,
what?
good to know. That's
Here's
where
the-
that
here's
is.
Here's the. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm out of breath, guys.
Oh no.
The ghost's name.
Oh fuck.
Kenneth something. Oh, I found a bone.
Oh, a bone! Did you get the photo?
Hey.
Hi. Did the lights go out?
Yeah.
Oh.
I swore it was down here. I don't think they moved the box.
What box?
The box for the lights.
Oh, no. That's in the garage.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Wait, a telescope.
Telescope.
Or a microscope, you know. Either works, you know.
Guys, you didn't turn on the lights, you bitch.
It's in the
No,
garage, and I
I
went to the
refuse.
basement.
Yeah, if you guys had listened to Levi, you would have known where it was.
Yeah, if you just listen to me. Come on, guys.
Yeah, come on. I'm upstairs right now. Bestie!
Balls. Hey, bestie.
Hi, Bestie.
You wanna play basketball?
I would love to play basketball. I'm almost done checking all the rooms for EMF.
Nice.
Yeah.
I checked the closet. Not for anything specific.
No EMF so far.
I think that Sam and Colby reference, holy shit.
Holy shit, Sam and Colby reference.
Sorry, that was me. Ooh, itchy.
Oh, it knocked out the lights again.
Oh, you bitch. Sorry, that was rude. I didn't mean to.
Aw. That's bullying. Why would you bully him?
Now Kenneth is gonna hunt you down specifically.
His name is Kenneth. I don't know what to tell you.
Corduro.
I'm just saying that's what he's gonna do. I don't know what Kenneth is like.
If the Kenneth is in the kids' room, I will scream. Because, like, why would you name your young child Kenneth?
No, it'll be like Harold. It'll be a pedo.
Oh, wow. Did you guys notice there's a hand on the desk?
What?
Look at this thing.
Oh! That does not look human. I will tell you right now.
No, that does not. Oh! Wait, is that the monkey's paw?
What does that mean?
I think if you use the monkey's paw, you can make a wish. I don't remember what the wishes are, though. There's, like, specific built-in wishes, kind of like you have to say certain things into the spirit box, but I don't remember what they were.
Hold
me
on,
look it up.
quick, Google.
Yeah.
I picked it up. I put it down.
Okay. Monkey's paw phasmophobia. Yeah, I think this is it. Alright, let me see what the wishes are.
Tell me what type of ghost you are so I can get $1 million.
Most wishes can be found on tags scattered in sunny meadows. So we can say, I wish to see the ghost. I wish for activity. I wish the ghost would do something. I wish to trap the ghost. I wish the ghost was trapped. I wish to be sane. I wish for sanity. I wish to be safe. I wish to leave. I wish to revive my friend. Ooh! I wish to revive my friend.
Oh, that's cool.
I wish for knowledge. I wish for a certain
that one?
type of weather. I wish for anything.
That's cool. We should
You
probably
can
use it
wish
to
for
revive.
anything?
If
What does it do then?
Let me see what that one does actually. Randomly grants one of the wishes above. Oh, but I think we have to have these tags that you find in Sunny Meadows. Oh my fucking god, I remember seeing one! Oh, and I didn't pick it up. You might remember that, Levi. We walked into a room and I was staring at a tag on a desk and I read it out.
And you read it.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Guys, I don't know about you, but it's 3 degrees right now.
Oh, is
A
it?
little chilly.
It's a little chilly, but
Sam-
not like chilly.
Aw.
Right.
Damn, so we can't even use it. That's upsetting.
Should I just carry it around for fun? There's a tag
Yeah,
on,
go for it.
but I can't see
I
it.
think that's how we know it's the monkey's paw, is the little tag.
Oh my god, it moved in my hand. Nope, I'm done. I'm done. It moved in my hand. It went It made a gross noise. It was gross. I hated that.
So you said you think it might be in one of the adjacent rooms?
I know what it is. I know this tag. I know what this tag is. It's I wish the ghost would do something.
Okay,
I
so
can read it.
I think we can use it based on the tag that's on it, maybe, but I don't know for sure.
Let's
try it.
Let me look at what it does if you say I wish the ghost would do something. If it is just like activity.
Start a hunt.
Doubles all ghost activity for 2 minutes, including throws, doors, roaming abilities, etc. The fuse box will break permanently and the exit door will be locked for 2 minutes.
Oh wow, 2 minutes is a lot.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah.
We gotta be ready for that.
Yeah, we would have to be like 100% ready for that one. Like, read it, hiding, fucking... Yeah. That would be good if we really don't know what the fuck it is, I think.
I don't like that thing.
Or do we have... is one of the things capture the ghost? Because that could be handy if we don't end up getting a photo for it.
Yes, it is.
Good to know.
Hi guys.
Hi, 8.
Hey bestie.
I love this pic.
Where is everyone? Is there a Mari special? No.
We're upstairs talking about a monkey's paw we found. Monkey. Yeah.
Monkey?
It's not an actual monkey paw, sadly.
Well, yeah, it's uglier than that.
Yeah.
Well,
You can make wishes with it, but you can only make specific wishes.
that's a bit wrong.
Finn thinks the tag says, I wish the ghost would do something, which would mean two full straight minutes of activity from the ghost, and the front door is locked the entire time.
What if we
What?
tried doing
Yeah.
another wish just to see if it worked, though?
We could try it.
Another one you would want to do?
Let me see what the other ones are. We could try the random one, but I don't know
Do we
if
have a
we'd like
theory on
that.
where the ghost would be?
No, nothing yet. We got close to freezing temperatures in here, I think it was, but
Okay,
that's
I
about
can
it.
start asking questions in here.
Yeah.
Don't ask any of the monkey paw questions, though, because that might be
Oh,
bad.
Hello, I just want to know if you can communicate via spirit box. I would like, I'm gonna ask a few questions. It would be appreciated if, you know, like, you could answer me, can you give us a sign if you hear through spirit box?
I think the only potential one we would want is I wish to trap the ghost, or I wish the ghost was trapped. Because that teleports the ghost into its favorite room, locks all the doors for a minute, and then it starts a hunt afterwards, but I feel like by then you would more than likely be hidden somewhere.
Right.
So, that's the only one that we could probably do without dying, I think.
Right. Oh, notebook.
Can you tell us your name?
Such a good movie.
I haven't seen that.
Me either. I just like saying
Can you
that.
tell me, is there anyone here?
Could you write in the book, please?
Could you write in the book if,
Are
you know, you
literate?
can.
Levi, you don't just ask someone if they're literate.
I'm gonna anyway.
Are you angry? Are you willing to communicate?
No, I fucking hate you.
If you cannot communicate with the spirit box, can you shut a door?
Was this an everyone ghost or an alone ghost?
Everyone, I think.
Okay.
And we're all here, baby.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a single ounce of EMF.
Are we able to help you? Do you want us to help?
I don't feel like we have the right room.
Do you want us to help?
Hey Kenneth, are you in
angry?
here?
Kenneth, you want to have a slumber party?
Kenneth, can you tell us what floor you're on? First or second?
Kenneth, could you?
Well, did something. What? The power's back on.
Oh, dude, did you turn the power back on?
No.
Oh, okay. Kenneth just turned the lights on for us.
Aw, how sweet! That's cool that they've adapted little hiding spots throughout the houses now. Oh, a businessman and a man that plays guitar. This doesn't help anyone, but I think Kenneth is a businessman that also plays guitar.
I believe it. You're objectively correct on that one.
Thank you. I tried to run, it didn't work. So he's downstairs, good to know. They won't know, but good to know. I'm gonna have to run and grab something to throw, so I can tell them. Cause I don't...
Are you okay?
Let me grab like...
Guys down here.
Wait, but he came from that way that time. What? Aw, shit. Oh. Okay, I want something new. I don't want this fucking plate. Get this shit out of here. Can I get a
Me
cup?
when I hate plates, on God.
Yeah,
I want this fucking tea kettle.
Yeah, I think he's in the kitchen cuz he was in he it looks like he's running from the main room, like the living room dining room area, but I saw him at one point appear in the kitchen.
Yeah, I saw when I was talking to him in the other room, I saw the red light in here flash.
Yeah, I think I only got up to EMF level 4. I tried to keep it on as long as possible to see if it would trigger, but I think it only got up to 4.
Okay. I crossed off spirit box and EMF then.
Okay.
I'm also gonna, I don't know, did we do ghost writing?
We didn't put it in the right room. We put it upstairs.
Okay.
I don't think it's freezing temps because we walked through the entire house and didn't get actual freezing temps. which means it's either a banshee or a fae. Where'd they go? Outside?
Okay.
Thanks for the plate.
Capture photo, repel.
I'm not doing any of that.
Hold on, let me see if there's anything that talks about sanity.
Motherfucker.
If I'm on the right track with the sanity thing, if you guys think, I don't know, throw something or do something.
What about
I
sanity?
like my system.
Or
If they think they're on the right track about the sanity being the key,
Phantom?
like a key,
Oh, could be. Why? Were our sanities dropping?
like theirs were low-ish, but like
Oh.
I don't know. We also were in there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yuri.
yeah, Yuri's have been known, but
Phantom,
Yuri's
Yuri,
crossed out.
Oni.
If there's no freezing temps, I crossed out Yuri.
Yeah.
No freeze. Are you sure?
They could try.
Banshee and Psy.
Yeah, they could try the parabolic microphone and see if maybe it's a banshee.
Go put it in there really
Yeah.
quick.
Oh wait, I'm gonna throw my plate at the parabolic microphone. See if they catch on.
I'll do it. And then what else? Oh, plate. Plate towards the salt.
No.
Salt or parabolic. This thing? Yes. Parabolic. Parabolic. Hold on. Yes. Yes. Is that a yes? Do you think that's a yes? I'm gonna say that's a yes.
No is this side.
No, it's not. Finn, no.
Yes.
Then place-
Okay, so
place your
parabolic.
Parabolic.
And then I'm gonna
Okay,
put
they're
camera
taking
on
it.
top.
That's all that matters. They're taking it.
I'm coming with you.
Finn almost fucked up the system.
Yeah. I mean, Finn's correct though with the system.
So just put
Like
on
that
kitchen
was
counter
the
and
rule
do
that I
it.
input.
You said it was yes on that side and no on the other side.
My right was
He hasn't written anything.
Yes.
and the
Yeah.
left was a
Does that-
no.
does that
Yeah,
seem
that's
right?
what I was doing, and
Did you
they
press
said it was no.
You need to press F2.
No.
Yeah, huh?
Yes, but like,
Uh-oh.
I don't know, where should like?
Hide!
No, let me out.
Oh my.
Oh, Levi.
No.
Leave.
Levi keeps talking and keeps their light on. No wonder they keep dying.
Oh. Hey,
Aw.
Levi.
Levi,
Levi. Come
you
on, man.
silly goober.
Hey up. You keep chatting.
Hi.
You keep chatting up a storm when they attacking, innit?
Yeah, you keep talking when they're hunting.
Oh, yeah, I talk a lot.
You also keep leaving your light on.
Well, I turned it off. I just don't remember on time. Okay, do we have any evidence?
Kind of. Come on.
What does that mean? Understandable.
Was the energy of the studio?
Yeah.
Oh!
It drained energy all over again, so it's definitely.
Oh,
something
shit,
with
yeah.
sanity.
Wait, never mind. Wait, hold on. I literally just got freezing temperatures.
What the fuck?
What?
So maybe
Oh,
it
wait,
is-
wait, did it do it when we got outside, though? Because it does that when we go outside.
Done it.
I don't know, but it's gotta be something with sanity.
Yeah.
Okay, so very much freezing temperatures.
So Yuri.
Hold on. I have to.
So, keeping Spirit Box and
This
EMF level
helps
5
nothing.
crossed out, that leaves us with Demon, Revenant, Yuri, and Hantu, if we do have freezing temps.
You have
So-
demon, correct?
Yuri says sanity.
It doesn't.
Because it's one of them.
Yeah, but like, what do you not have crossed?
You
Because I have
Oh,
freezing temperature
please.
checked.
I have freezing temps checked, I have EMF level 5 crossed out, and Spirit Box crossed out.
Oh, I have ghost writing crossed out because they
Ghosts.
didn't do anything.
Oh, so that leaves Yuri and Hantu.
Yeah.
And Hantu doesn't have anything about sanity. So it makes me think it's gotta be Yuri, but I don't want to get that wrong.
Yeah.
Because it's been draining our sanity.
Yuri?
Then maybe it is a
Yeah.
Yuri,
It
then.
affects sanity.
It's like he can hear us.
Wait. Is that yes? Are you saying yes?
No.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, why would you be?
No,
I'm not saying
this
shit.
side is no. This side is yes. Do you think you're A? Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks, guys.
Alright, me out.
You're A. What else does Yuri do?
Depends on the story.
Ghost
Using
ghost orbs and dots.
So we didn't even have dots to try. Remember?
No, we didn't put the camera down, and we didn't put the dots down, so we wouldn't have gotten either.
My wish came true.
No.
But
So,
at
I
what
mean,
I
cost?
don't see any
The cost of 3 of our lives.
Jesus.
Oh damn, where is this camera pointed?
door.
Why does it look like that?
I don't-
Love's an open
Just
door.
Come on, let's leave.
Christ, I'm at-
Let's leave.
Let's leave.
I have a great
Done.
idea.
We're done.
Let's leave.
Okay.
I'm just frantically throwing my plate.
Me in the back of my tea kettle.
Yeah!
We did it.
We did it!
At what cost?
We taking dubs.
We taking dubs. Oh shit, I'm level 45.
A challenge specific loadout. That's wild.
Oh, I'm at level 13 now.
Woo!
I'm at level 12. I'm at level 8.
Aww.
What? Imagine me calling you a swear word.
Besties.
Huh.
I think I should go to bed too.
Me too.
Oh shit, yeah.
It's been a 4-hour-long
It's
stream.
11.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
I was thinking about editing this. Damn. Maybe I don't.
Oof. You
That's
gotta
a bit much.
edit
Oof.
stuff first.
Oh shit, me too.
No, you edit it, but you edit
Me three.
only
The haha funny
only
parts.
the parts where we win.
That was bland. Or the funny
We
parts.
won what, 3 times?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I won like all of them.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I think in the end, winning it was the friends we made all along.
Truly.
I don't even know.
I think
What the hell? The hand didn't count?
I think
No!
we ended up picking it up.
Oh,
even
nobody.
The monkey hand.
Oh yeah, the monkey
And then
paw.
the other bone. We found a
Oh,
yeah, no,
shit, yeah.
Hand bone. I don't think anyone's picked it up.
Ah!
That's sad that we didn't get the monkey paw just because we couldn't use it.
Right. Maybe if we held it while we were dying.
we don't have an
Oh wait, we've used the haunted. Oh wait, yeah, we've used the haunted mirror before. Why isn't that on here?
I don't know.
I think if you pick it up and then you die, you lose it.
Ouija board, voodoo doll. But we like actually used it a round or 2 ago.
Yeah. The monkey
Yeah, I
goes
used
up
it twice.
here.
I wonder if it has to be specific to me because these are the things I've gotten. So maybe it's just because I haven't picked them up.
That's true. I'm going to bed.
Yep.
Okay. I'm reading
Night,
August.
besties.
Oh,
Nice.
me. Good night.
I'm waiting
Go,
August.
go, go,
Thank
go.
you.
Bye.
Bye bye.